before going in, I think we're live as well.
Okay.
I pressed the button.
Oh, I forgot that. Hey, live. Carlos, no profanities now.
Don't say fuck my mother.
So now you are live now. That's
Okay.
Okay.
Last one. Okay.
Oops. So much for that stream. If you want, you can also start with, I think I have an 11.5.
I will be more comfortable with our workshop with the vertical grid.
This should probably be fine. Is it biting?
Yeah, but maybe it's a European bias.
I didn't find it. Wait. Thank you. Sometimes I go. That's not so nice, but yeah. Backwards.
All the way backwards?
Yeah. And then forward.
Or if you would need help moving that tool somewhere where it can be used, then
Oh. The cases?
maybe. Or
I was using this thing before.
Doesn't want to.
I don't have any tool.
I do with this. That's maybe not a good idea, I don't know. Now the flat is not good. So no pressure, full speed. Yeah. So full speed and then the pressure is sliding. Yeah.
And this
basically this plus some planks and then that on top, that will also work for us.
Oh yeah,
don't need power.
what?
Well, for drilling and whatever we want.
Yeah, the drilling. Okay. Actually, these are perfect chairs for people. Can we put?
Maybe.
We can put them like this, like
a bench.
benches.
Like
It
a
will
bench.
look maybe like a barrier more. We can put them over there. So
Or
people-
maybe just one of them then.
Okay. Oh,
This might be the heavy
never
one.
mind. Hello. Welcome. Yeah.
Are you changing the position of your mic from the start?
Yeah, closer.
Yeah, it's way hotter now, I think.
Okay. Is it too hot?
It's not peaking,
Hi.
but close.
You can be in here. Yeah. Welcome. Nice to meet you. You're coming.
No.
We're trying to build as fast as we can, but so the only thing is don't look into the welding okay, when we're welding.
Okay, yeah.
And sometimes there's higher noises and stuff. So
This
hello.
feels a little strange to see this live.
Yeah.
I see you a video yesterday night.
This is good, right? The frame. The frame is good. Yeah. Okay, we're doing that. Should we put on the sign that it's also live streamed with audio? Yes. People should know that they are being recorded.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That they don't have to say the two words.
Yeah.
Carlo, maybe we should put that on the sign, or people are going to try, maybe, who knows.
Yeah.
There are very definitely nice people out there.
I think we should put it.
No, definitely the live streaming.
Yeah. Bert, do we have another cordless drill in the house?
Yes, there's another one in the metal shop. Do you remember the one that we used yesterday? It's just below the window.
No, what you're talking about. Thinking, is there one?
Wow. They're already playing the song.
The speed is
But they are not using the
Okay, yeah, fine.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, maybe the first one had other sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, just run it silent.
Go ahead. Oh, right now we're gonna do it right now. Okay. All right, get ready over there.
Yeah, ready. Stop. You've got to get rid of the mark on the magnetizer.
Where's the string? There we go. Where's the string?
No? No.
There were really sharp drills in the metal workshop.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's better maybe to use this one. I was thinking I can use a wall as safety if we push it like this. Which way is it? Oh, this way then. Or the pillar. Yeah. Yeah, we should be without close. So if you just hold that, and then put it against the wall, it should be safe. Oh, it's going to bite. We need to clamp it down actually. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, but this thickness
Perfect.
fits, but I think you would be better off with the drill press.
Yeah, awesome.
Even the one in the metal workshop.
Do we have a drill press wise? My old one from France?
We'd have to check with Lucas, but there are definitely drill press vices in the workshop as well.
Yeah, I saw one, but that was the super big one I saw. These ones fall off, so we do only this one. This should be. This should be safe.
This is flat.
No, it's the drill will follow.
No, but it's not flat, the bar. So the microphone is not going to be perpendicular. See?
It's gonna follow the hose. It's okay. I'm a little bit worried if it bites.
Just happened to see it.
mean that it's... Oh, the twisted is spreadsheet? Okay, I put the clamp more over here. A little bit better. We should be with this against here. We put it because that's more safe, like so. And then I have flat under here. I have nothing. I need it. Hello, welcome. Hello. This feels safe. I'm scared for your hand. I have to unlock it first. Yeah, perfect. It's more silent in here today. That's strange, actually.
Nobody wants to disturb your...
No, you don't have to stay silent. It's fine. No. Yeah, wait. I have to shim here. Clamping on the wrong place.
I just threw some shims.
Yeah, if I
animations into the bucket behind Hans, the bottom shop.
Okay.
You also need some metal.
I just clamped at the wrong spot. And sometimes I actually like to keep the table open, so then it can swing. It can swing. That's better. I should also do the goggles. Turned out the tolerances were actually too tight. When I welded it, they shifted a little bit, so now we have to drill the through hole open for the bolts. Turns out the tolerances were not as good as I thought. They were a little bit too tight, so now we have to drill them open after the plate shifted from the welding. Too far towards you. Oh yeah, these are not done, that's why.
Yes.
Okay. There. How do you mean?
Do the same thing, but just a little bit, just to get the...
Aha, no, it's okay. It's going to follow the hole. Because the whole thing is so flexible, so it finds the hole. Delete this. The tight tolerance I was proud of were too tight, so after welding the plates shift position slightly, so now we have to drill the through holes for the M12 bolts open. So they were not perfect, they were too tight. Maybe 0.2mm extra next time in CAD, and save is here.
That was perfect.
Perfect. So we'll take a close shot. So you can take this one. Yeah. Perfect. So I don't think anyone was expecting the MMX to play music for them today.
I'm a bit entranced by the vibraphone. Brilliant.
Yes.
Ali has done a great job to make the thing work.
Yeah. Can you hold this down with your other hand? No, this one. Yes, perfect. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
All good? Hi. Did we say hello? That was it. That was it. Now I know. For the dinner. Yes. Yes. Nice to see you again.
You too. Be careful when you try it because
Oh my god.
I don't know how to do it.
Yeah. There.
There?
Perfect.
In Rhein?
Yeah. Good. And now I start to clamp on here. Those.
We should be careful with the...
Oh yeah.
We have a bite.
Oh, we did that now. Okay, I have. No. trolley or there.
You know?
There, can you hold it? This one? Yep. Yep. Good.
Also, if you need it.
Oh, it helps with the drill?
A little bit. Helps cool and well, feel a little bit better.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes, better sound. Much better sound.
That's fine.
On the two last holes. Oh, sorry, guys. Standing on the wrong place. Okay, good. Have it? What's happening here now?
Just be careful for the microphone behind you.
Yeah.
Check, check. Hallo. Yes. So, the short is this. Yeah.
It's good enough?
Yes. Perfect. Can you find from my rear the with the rear runs? And and then this one. This side from here. Okay, so these holes should correspond to these holes. It looks right here. Let's see what it goes. Yes. The green one? No, this one. Oh yeah, washers. Yes, washers.
Spaces, yeah.
Yeah. So up in the left corner. Yeah. This is very nice. Yeah, that's good.
That's good?
Yeah.
We'll bring more.
We can put them on. One more check camera. Three days with this song now.
What we're not with.
The 6 years. Yeah.
We'll be too much of it for us.
It's free program, man. Free programmable. You'll be fine.
Well, it is, yeah.
We weren't brave enough to make a place for it. So I'm sorry that we can't just swap them out. Although they do work fine taking them out. That's
So the wall thickness of the square tubing makes them pretty flimsy. So it's not only the stepping surface of plywood, it also helps with strength of the part so it doesn't bend. It looks fantastic. Okay, it fits good. Do you think this does? It works. Okay. Maybe I should put the bolts in when I tighten here. Perhaps. Yeah, let's perhaps do that. Or
Just use one place. Yeah, there you go.
it is hurting the threads. I know because once you start to, because this is adjustable, so once we start to work with it, this is going to be annoying. So I should probably fix that. Perfect. Yeah. I look at the glue every time I'm saying it. Nice. So I suppose we just fill this. Maybe in the end we do some drilling with a hand drill. Oh yeah, more. Yeah, perfect. I'm so happy there's some. Hello, welcome. Hello.
You know what? The only one stuck is the one that you inserted first.
Also, there was something with that hole maybe.
The other one I like.
Wait, let's actually film that. So, check. So we just check that everything works. And this one is stuck, and this one is stubborn. So I'm going to drill those up a little bit more. Yes. Yes, please. Here. connect the vacuum cleaner, the small one, and bring it here? That would be awesome. I was thinking we can this thing goes.
Okay.
With the thing.
Can I discuss this?
No. We have to go from there or there. Oh, there's for the other one. can spin it if you want to feel how it feels. There's the sharp edge. Actually, we should take that sharp edge kind of way. I think I can do it like this, perhaps. Oh yeah, thank you. If you go slow, the bolts are moving. Oh, we're gonna do the right.
Yeah, maybe.
So now, yeah, careful for your ear and don't look like no sparks in your eyes. Are you okay with spinning it slowly?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, now you can go really slow. No more, right? Yeah, it's a lot. Okay, we can go back. Yeah, oh shit, it's still. So maybe sandpaper now? Bert, do you know where we have sandpaper?
There is an entire tray of sandpaper, but it's not installed, that's why.
Thanks for the help. Awesome. Because I think I'm not getting away with the grinder.
Yeah.
Or yeah, maybe. Maybe even lighter. Okay, we try one more time.
Awesome.
Yeah. Perfect. Good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I've actually found it.
Oh, you found it.
All around.
We'll do more on the corner. Okay, it's better. So now you can go fast.
Walk in.
Yeah.
Camera's loaded for you.
Awesome. I feel it's going better. nice. I'm going to do the next thing, which is the pedal link. So this adjustable link will go from here and up to the pulley like this. Let's assemble this. Thank you. That was it. Well, in the next shot, you're not gonna be in the shot, just here. And you don't need to be silent either, so feel free to chat. It's more silent today than it was yesterday.
The question is, do you make the same machine like this, but just in a better way? Or
That's a very good question.
would it be just another machine, you know, something really different?
You're asking the hardest question you could think of. No, not the same. You see, those one are too similar.
Yeah.
So you see the plywood one, then I try to make a good version of the first one. And I'm trying to not do that for the third time because then it won't work. So I'm trying to make it completely new, but the concept is the same.
Yeah.
So this is not going to be on the new machine at all. This is just for one single test. So nothing over here will be for the new machine. But the new machine will be modular. So this works really good. So I think it will be like 10 maybe separate frames like this. And each has its own function. So maybe a flywheel like this in a frame. And if there's a problem with that, I can change out 10% of the machine instead of changing out the whole machine. So the biggest difference is modular, and it will not be high, it will be low. Because your center of gravity close to the ground, everything is stable. So I try to spread it out as much as possible. So instead of this, it's beautiful, but it's not so, it's wobbly. So modular like this.
It's better for people like me, you know, because I'm not that high.
It's perfect. But it's a good question. So I want the new machine to capture the same magic as the old machines has a little bit, but the magic now is a form for function that I only care about how it works. I don't want to make something beautiful and it will become beautiful. Like, I think this is beautiful. But the previous machines, I was like, it has to be cool, it has to look good, blah, blah, blah. And then number 10, maybe it's nice if it works as well, you know. And this is, we're going to flip that around. So now it's just functionality. So, oh yeah, show it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that is kind of.
That's one of the first.
Yeah, but it's a good representation.
You can find on YouTube channel. It's video from. Let's see.
Wait, is the YouTube channel?
Yeah.
June. This is a video from June. Marble Machine 3 is taking shape. It's possible.
Quick question: do you think the Marble Machine 3 will work?
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't so convincing. I have to say. That's good. 90 people on 20 silence, and then one, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it will work in a general purpose thing. I'm not 100% sure if it will work for really well too. But
No.
so
Me neither. Okay.
with the final great goal world tour, do you also have like transportation in mind in the design?
Yeah, the modularity will help with that, so each module isn't too heavy.
But do you know like what's the maximum package size a certain module?
Yeah, for airplanes it's surprisingly enough 160 centimeters in every direction, which is huge. So, but I think it's going to go by bolt. I have no clue. If it's modular, it can be shipped.
But it also helps that if you have people from the museum here who say like, well, if you can't live with a forklift, then maybe it's not good.
That's a good. That's why I. Okay.
My secret agenda.
all these years. Make myself useful for the world.
Check, check. In this design, I reused a concept from my controversial bearing housing. So I'm actually attaching these bearings with bolts. And before you throw your computer in the wall, these bearings are actually not rotating like normal bearings. So they're going to go like that, and we're going to go like this, and like this. See how this goes together? This is great. Only two. So few parts.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
No,
This part is no one. Yeah,
camera side. Yeah, better. Now we should cut the horns. Yeah, come from the side, so. So much faster when you're here.
I can be prepared for the time. I mean, my thing, but this is also the time. So I think it's time to just just a moment, Martin.
Yeah, so as I said, yes, question would be like, what did we do best?
No, it's okay.
Well,
I take one
I
more
have a
ride.
slot at 1 p.m. and at 2 p.m. So,
For me, it doesn't matter.
okay.
It's up to her.
Either in 30 minutes or in 1 hour. Okay, so then
Do you
that's
think that
one.
minutes are enough?
Yeah.
So then at 1 of you will be up and going home. In 30 minutes, then on stage or something.
I'll be there.
Thank you.
I guess that's
Check. Check. So with only four laser cut parts, I get a link that can be shifted in length like this. I fit this one in here. So we can lock it anywhere like so. So if I want this link to be shorter, I just remove these two. I push it in. There. And it shortens in 5mm steps. That is for a reason. It's the same amount of steps that pulley is shortening it, but that's for a later video. So let's do it pretty long right now. Something like this. It's cool, right?
Yeah, it is.
Only 4 parts. And that's important. I thought about having a spacer in here to avoid the metal from bending, and then I was like, I don't need it. The metal can bend, it doesn't affect the strength, and I'll save another part. So it's designed to be bent like this. Oh, I was out of frame. Jesus. I thought about designing a spacer in here, but I realized the metal can bend and that doesn't affect the functionality, so I saved on that part too. Let's cut off the bolts and it's done. So for this we need to this we should cut a little bit, not exactly where exactly where there. Or you can do it when I can film here actually. We should cut like, we'll leave a little. Yeah. Because this one I have to take the bolt off and stuff. Yeah. Oh, I don't have. Here. Yes. 20. No, 10. It's a fine. I'll replace them if there's any shit. It's down here. so much fun. Yeah. Make it a little shorter. Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel it, so now you can stand where. Okay. Excuse me, are everyone in here also okay with being in the video? So if you don't want to be in the video, please leave the room, because now I have a super cool this in the close-up and you look beautiful in the background. This looks awesome actually. Check. The link is ready, now we just attach it to the pedal. So I pivot the link on an M12 volt. Like that. Like so. Thank you. Yes. Famous and very blurry. Yeah. Yeah, that's the same. Oh, can you? If you can turn. So I have to think of the order now. You want material?
I have one clip left.
Okay.
So we should finish this.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're gonna do this for some time.
See if we can catch the volcano on. See if we can figure out how the river works. Okay, this way. Yeah. Yes. Take the inner one. Yeah, I will put it. Who said it was, you put it like this, turn it around, so you can do it for revolutions.
After presentation here, maybe it's called CyberBass Talk.
You need a PC, right?
Yes.
I'll check it.
Thank you.
I think we should start it here, starting from the Lyre. So yes, you make right there. In the wrong way. If you can put pressure. Oh, if you know, it's going through first from the normal. That's this is just half the flywheel. We have the other half in the metal workshop.
This, I guess.
It's all, yeah, you got it? Okay, give me that.
Ja, ganz gut. Beine sind bewegen.
Okay.
Das kannst du sehr gerne machen.
Yeah. Okay, stop. This is the moment actually. To change setting, I need to redo all these. That's not really good. Sorry?
Are you thinking on something?
No, I don't really know what to do. Okay. Okay, wait. This is really annoying.
Yeah, this is not too easy.
No. Okay, so. If we had a cordless, maybe a little bit better. Yeah, I don't have a bit for it. Let's see if I can capture it. Will still rotate?
Yes. But I think I'm in the way of my hands.
Oh no, it's good. Yeah, it comes, it's nice. Okay, so I realized, I kind of knew that when I was designing this, that this was going to be like annoying. And this works, but like these 4 buttons in the middle, like this, to change the setting, it's going to be very annoying. So, kind of when I was designing this, I kind of knew it was going to be annoying to set up. But now, when I am setting it up, I actually regret not doing something simpler. Because this takes a lot of time. It will work, but it takes too much time. Yeah.
Can I come and steal the car?
Oh yeah.
I can fetch it.
We can also skip this one and this one next time. Only have one there and there. No, we can't. Because it pulls it together. I don't want to do anything. Leave it there. And it works. Okay.
How is your back? How is your back?
Oh, good. That's really good. Yes.
See you soon.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
So if you want to know how a CyberBass is made, I'm going to give it a presentation over there.
I love shouting the words.
Yeah.
So soothing.
Yes.
Yes, the man.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi, good to see you in real life.
Yeah, nice to see you.
You're the most supportive friend ever.
Oh, really?
Always positive.
Yeah.
That's been the energy that I get over the screen.
Yeah.
And I can see you. It's really nice to see you.
Nice meeting
Can
you.
I have a picture with you?
Yes, sorry for my dirty hand.
Because he's been watching you years and years.
Yes.
And
And he's talking about it all the time?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry for that.
Okay.
Yeah, when I heard, we wanted to bring you guys lunch yesterday.
Okay.
I knew what this was.
Yeah.
And I thought, then I saw that there was a possibility, well, we're friends. There's a possibility of coming to see you in pain and being a part of it.
Yeah, he's
So
so
it's good. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, me too. These are very rare, and my mother packed it. So I'm
Oh,
happy.
see, there you go. Can you,
We only made 40, I think. Yeah, I guess so. Yes. Yes.
It's a big opportunity now to.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, no, I saw that you were here before, and we lived here in Germany, so it was,
Touch you with the.
who cares? Ready? 1, 2. Take a picture. There we go.
Is it perfect?
It's perfect.
Love your t-shirts, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's that. You know, I was telling her this kind of tells you the time frame.
Yeah, because it's completely different system. So.
Right.
And I saw you.
Give me these back, or are you staying for a little while?
I have come back.
Yes.
Then I also recognize that.
I'm happy you can still recognize me. Yes, of course. Let's see.
So I don't know. I suggested the finale, like 10 million. Yeah, because I'm on vacation and all it was.
Then you need my mind.
In fact, I wanted to buy a sheet and send it to your shop when you had the upstairs, downstairs in France.
Okay.
But then it was like I couldn't find a new supplier.
Yeah.
Because it's weird, like you buy the whole, whatever.
You heard that.
Okay, should be your stuff. Of course. And you just happened to hit us when we're on vacation, so perfect.
Oh, that's
Oh, wow. It was meant.
Yeah. How's the weightlifting going?
Perfect. And I've been lifting like heavy wheels and stuff like that.
I saw the job of the likeness, and thank you so much.
Tomorrow we have like makeshift weights for me to use while I'm here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Now that was my ropes in the Caribbean.
Oh, sorry, I just going your back.
Sure, it was a swing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
On the back? Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, there's not that much room for activities.
What's
More
your
than
name?
editing.
Right.
So.
T.O. Oh, perfect.
It's amazing that you have like a real setup.
Yeah, this is the museum. They're live streaming all the events from here. So we only focus on the Stopmotion shoots and
There you go. Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's awesome meeting you. Hey.
I see.
It's live right now.
Oh, I see. Well, hello, everybody.
You want this? I'll
And
never
there is
do that.
also one in the corner there. And that's on the Wintergatan live channel. It's crazy. They went.
How many people are watching? I mean, how many people are the whole
Yes.
amazing, right? Are you me?
I'm a little bit confused today.
Subscribers. Yeah.
It's going on.
What did you say? Those were not assembled yet. Those have been made. This is your microphone? Oh wait.
That one is not yet somewhere on screen, right? Okay, because I want to switch off Wi-Fi and everything else.
Never worked with these.
Because I don't want anything distracted to talk, so I will switch off Wi-Fi. And
Yeah, makes sense. Was?
Mikro irgendwo hinschieben.
Du brauchst auch eins? Andres, wait. And then are you gonna switch? Also gibst du das ab? Okay. We need to dial in a second microphone as well for Lucas. Huh? Yeah. I'm just gonna hand him B and then you can do. Yeah. Nimm einfach B. Nimm einfach B. Hier. Und dann machen wir Soundcheck direkt mit dir einfach. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wie man die auf sein Ohr kriegt. This one says it's low on battery. Die sind nix gut. Sind da nicht frische Batterien drin?
Ich weiß es nicht. Aber vielleicht geben wir dann C. D ist tot, das weiß ich. Geben vielleicht C dann?
Ja. Leuchtet, obwohl die voll ist. Also ist sie wahrscheinlich nicht leer, sondern einfach nur... Also ich habe keine Ahnung, wie man die so macht. Aber judging vom Aussehen muss das ja schon nach...
Check, check, check.
Schönen guten... Hallo? 1, 2. Schönen guten Abend, Rüdesheim! Alle wach? Das ist dann leider auch schon das letzte Stück Deutsch, weil der Talk ist jetzt in Englisch. So, hello and welcome Rüdesheim. I'm happy to announce talk of our dear friend Carlos about the CyberBass. So please have a warm round of welcome for Carlos.
Thank you very much. So let's have some cyber fun, okay? So my name is Carlos Montoro, and I'm luthier in Spain. That's some example of my guitars. There are another ones. They might be simple or not simple, but straightforward, just regular guitars. But the evil is always in the details. So that one over there has a system to switch between the pickups all the way, so you can have all the range from one pickup to another. And the other one is actually printed. It's not handmade. It's not airbrushed. The thing is printed. And what makes it a little bit hard to do is that the guitar has a belly. So when you try to print in something that is three-dimensional, it's a little bit hard. So how I started to work with Martin. So let's see if I can. Okay. So in the Marvel Machine X episode 54, Martin asked for some help. He wanted to make a new instrument called the On-the-Phone, and he made this little sketch. So I applied to help him to do this string instrument, and we start working together with another people like Chris and Florian, who actually made a prototype of this. You can see down there, maybe you are familiar with. And while working with the On-the-Phone, at some time Martin asked me to start working with the bass of the MMX. So for a little bit of time, we do both. I was working on the On-the-Phone as well as on the bass. These ones are the first sketch that I made for the CyberBass, and as you can see, funny thing is that the one on the left is the first sketch. Funny thing is that at that time I had form from faction mindset that maybe you are familiar with now. So Martin and I we weren't in the same mind state, let's say. So when I present this first sketch, the thing is, it's very ugly, but it made the job. For example, the neck, it didn't have any curvature on it, so it was way more simple than a regular bass. But what Martin told me is that he wanted something that resembles to a real bass. So I went for the second sketch that already has a complete real neck. This was taken actually from Gibson Reaper, if you're familiar with the brand. And the shape of the body is just a little bit like in the first machine, and the weird cut that you see on the right side of it is the space that we made for the On-the-Phone, because the On-the-Phone was going to be placed right there. So this one, it didn't went well again. So Martin decided to buy a real bass and then make the modifications on it. So I came with the idea that I was going to make some kind of DeLorean for Back to the Future film. So they bought a real DeLorean and they placed everything in there. So with that mindset, now Martin and I, we were in the same place. So the work started to go more easily. So, but the thing is that we have, well, I had to decide which base we are going to buy for the CyberBass. And I was looking a lot for bases. And finally, I decided to use this one, the Sterling Stay-Grey Fab Sus series, which is a sub-brand of the more famous Musikkabinett bass. And why did I choose this one? Well, it has a big body. It also has one pickup, and the cavity of the electronics is small. That way, I had like a lot of space because I didn't know at the time what is going to be placed in there. So I had a lot of space to play with. Also, the scale length of the bass is 34 inches, which is the scale length of mostly all the basses. So that also resembles to a normal bass. It has 5 strings, but the CyberBass actually it has only 4 strings. But we needed that extra space in the fretboard to allow the marbles to how to say it. If you use a normal 4-string fretboard, the fretboard is not going to be wide enough for the 4 strings, for the 4 marbles to be dropped. So you need a little bit more space. So converting this 5-string bass into 4-string, that gives us the space that we needed. It has like the Fenderish shapes that, at least for me, when I think in a bass guitar, it always came to my mind the Fender Jazz Bass or Precision Bass shape, and this is very kind of. And also it was not expensive because, well, maybe we could go for the real Musikkabinett for 3,000, but there is no need for that. And we were going to make a lot of things on it, and it's going to be completely different at the end. So why do you use something expensive if something cheaper is going to work as well? Now that I had decided which bass I was going to use, the most important thing that always I had in mind was the bouncing point. Because at the end of the day, if the marble goes into the string and doesn't go anywhere or the thing doesn't work, it could be very beautiful, but it's going to be for nothing. So all the things that I did in the bass are all around the bouncing points, that you can set up the bouncing point and then you can leave it as there, and the marbles go straight to the point and to the funnel all the time, 100% all the times. So for achieving that, for example, we made the CyberWings. This is when I have to talk about Philippe, who made all the mathematics of the bouncing of the marbles into the bass. So he made the calculations of the arc of the marble dropping and then the bouncing and how it was going to go into the funnel, and the angle of the bass, how it was going to be tilted. And he also designed the CyberWings, which are the spacers that are between the strings to keep the marbles. These things guides the marbles into the string and then guides them again out of the bass. Okay. He also made the base for the 5 CyberWings, and you have there a picture of how it's meant to be, but maybe you can take a look at the real thing over there. This is a test, but I'm afraid that the video in here doesn't work. Oh, there we go. This is the first test that I made. You can see everything is wooden, the pickguard and all the stuff, and the CyberWings were 3D printed, but because Philippe made all the calculations and everything was planned as it should, just in the first test, the marble did what it should do. So it was very special for me to see this. I was very relaxed when it happened. Now, as I said, I had a 5-string bass that I had to change into 4-string bass. And you have here the measures that I made for the nut. There are 2 ways to do things. To do this, you can use what we call equal string spacing. That is used when your string instrument has more or less the same diameter in all of the strings, because it's a little bit easier to make it this way. As you can see in classical guitars, the spacing between the strings is always the same, it's consistent. The other way that you can set up a nut is to center the center of the strings. So what is going to be all the time the same is the center of each string. If you have an instrument with a very different diameter between the strings, you need to go that way. It's subtle, but it is there. If you go in the nut, maybe it's not much different, but if you look here down in the left, you see the point on the left right up is right in the middle, but in the bottom side, the button is moved a little bit. That gives you the idea that the spacing between the strings is different, because what you are looking for is to center the middle of the string. So what I did is to go to center the middle of the strings, because if I had the nut and the spacing in the nut is all the same, and I use the first method, I have the bouncing points over there, but if I change the diameter of the strings later on, and that's something that Martin probably wanted to do at some point, then the bouncing point is going to change. It's not going to be in the same spot. So to make his life a little easier, if I use the other system and I equal the center of the string, then whatever the diameter he uses for the bass, maybe he wanted to change even the tuning of the thing and go a little bit lower or a little bit higher, then the center of the bouncing spot is going to be in the same place. So he hasn't had to do anything to change the setup of the bass. Now that we have sorted the nut and we have at first our bouncing points, it's time to think for the bridge. And there was of the saddle of the shelf, there was a bridge that made everything that we needed to, which is this hipshot kick-ass that I have here. It's this one. So this one made everything we wanted. You can set the intonation with the screw and the spring that is over there, but also you can move the string sideways with the copper thing. That thing that has a screw that locks it in place, that you can screw and move the thing and tighten it again, and it's going to be in place. So the string, the CyberBass, can be set up in the 3 dimensions. But this thing, as it is now, because we changed from 5 string to 4 strings, this is way too narrow. We need something wider. So actually what I did is to reverse engineer this completely, and I made a copy of this that I have here. This is 3D printed. And if you compare the size, it's just exactly the same thing, but it's wider. So this is the size that you actually need for the CyberBass. And then team, from the E team, he made another one from steel, another bridge from steel, that is the actual bridge that you can see on the MMX now. Now, everything that is, let's say, analog in the base is already set up and done. And now it's time to move for the electronics. Martin did pickups. Martin ordered some pickups from Lundgren, but we realized that those pickups were too big. There was two problems with the pickups. One was the actual space that you have for the strings. The space in the CyberBass is too tight. It's very little. It's very small. But also there was because the pickups are placed parallel to the string. If the pickup is too long, the sound of some strings is hollow, like something missing in the sound. So we needed something that was short and not very wide. The space was too tight. So with B&B pickups, we designed this one. That made the job. It is a humbucker pickup. If you are familiar with the guitar electronics, you know that there's two types of pickups, single and humbucker. Single usually have some hum sound on it, and humbuckers are more silent. So we went from this pickup here, which is the original from the bass, to this one. And this small one sounds even with more volume than this one. So we made some prototypes with these sides, and when I went there to France, Martin chose which one he likes more, and then we made the final ones, which are the ones in the picture. And you can see here the how to say it in English? Well, the volume that the pickups will have eventually, and how it is set up into the pickguard. The function of the pickguard is to have all the electronics on it, so it's easy to remove all the electronics from the CyberBass, to work with it, and then to place it again. It's not very common in electric guitars or basses to have absolutely everything in the pickguard. You normally have something in the pickguard or something that is attached directly to the boot. That way, it wasn't very practical for the MMX. So keeping everything into the pickguard made everything a little bit easier to work with. Here you can see the wiring, which is also in Fusion. It may be a little bit complicated, but in fact it's too easy to understand. Electronically speaking, the CyberBass is not one single instrument, but it's 4 instruments, 1 per string. So you can turn on and off each string individually. So for that, you have to have 4 volumes and 4 outputs. But as I said, it may be messy look in the picture, but it's just the pickup going to a potentiometer that controls the volume, and then to its output, duplicated 4 times. It's a picture of the actual pickup that is just like this in the CyberBass now. That picture on the right, as you can see, had some holes in the left of the bass and some holes in the right of the pickguard. But you can see the marble right below the hi-hat. So this configuration was thought in the beginning. The ones on the right was the volumes, the both volumes, and the ones of the left was the output jacks. So because we didn't have space enough, we decided to move everything to the right, which is what you have seen in the previous picture. So far, we have talked about the, let's say, the real bass thing, and then from now on, we are going to talk about the add-ons that we made later when I left France. So when I was there and we placed the bass, we soon realized that the thing needed a little bit more add-ons to work properly, because, for example, it was very hard to play with it and to make chords with it, and that, in our opinion, was a must-have. The ability to have chords in the CyberBass could leave Martin a little bit more free to do all the stuff, maybe with the xylophone or with the drums. So we soon came with the idea of the cybercapos. The cybercapos were designed during a lot of months, and at the time the Discord server was already working. So there was a lot of ideas coming into us to make the cybercapos. The most difficult part of the cybercapos is that each finger has to cross into another, and it was tricky to design something that made all the job. Also, if you remember the first sketch, when I said that the neck of that sketch was rectangular and it has no curvature, that if we had go that way, these cybercapos were made more easily, because if you have a normal neck of a bass, you can attach anything into the back of the neck, because the back of the neck has a truss rod that you have to set up. So that made everything a little bit more complicated. But eventually, Martin did the cybercapos that work like a charm, and maybe we can see, but we have no sound. Okay. There's no sound, so let's move on. You can see some picture of the actual cybercapos, but the actual thing is over there. And then the other thing that we wanted to add to the bass was what we call the funkalizer. Is that when you play something with the CyberBass, all the notes on the CyberBass are long. You can mute the notes in the CyberBass because you are not there to cut the sound. So why is it important to cut the sound? Because otherwise, with the low notes, the sound may be too long, and maybe you can have on-tune notes if you are progressing in the chord progression, and that note is still sounding. So you want to have short notes to keep everything in tune. So he made that one, and then I developed this one. It took several months as well, but I just built it, and I placed this in the bass 2 days ago, and it works. It does what it should. Now for me, the CyberBass is complete. It is done. And that is something that when Martin decided to leave the MMX away, me and other people had the feeling that we had still some work to do on it, that this was going to be an unfinished job. So as me, other people wanted to have the feeling that the thing is already done and finished. So that's what I came here and made the actual funkalizer, and placing the CyberBass, and I was very happy to know that the thing actually works. You can try. It's just maybe later on I can go with you and show you how it works, and you can play with it. But on the way, I wanted to take a minute to talk about the Fusion 360 because it was very important for me to use the CAD software, because there is no other way that I could share ideas with Martin. Maybe we could sketch everything in a paper, but it was going to be too long to be explain everything. So with Fusion, the concept were very easy to go to him and have feedback. And I have to say that I learned Fusion 360 doing the CyberBass, that it went to very simple things to very complicated files like this one. And actually, there is a file of the CyberBass that is 99% accurate, just little things here and there, little angle grinders that has to be also done in the Fusion, but it's almost perfect. And then, as I said, for me the CyberBass is done, it's complete, but you always have that mindset of this can be a little bit better. So for me, to make a better CyberBass, there's 4 points to make it a little bit even more CyberBass. For example, if you have the tuners in the CyberBass, that will be great for me. The tuners are those black rings that are below the actual knobs. This is something that you can buy. It's called N-Tune. It's an off-the-shelf part. And you push a button and you have the tuner right in your pot. So with 4 of them, you can tune the CyberBass in place. Also, when I was in France, I soon realized that the CyberBass needs some kind of handle, because it is heavy and it's difficult to handle with it, and a handle would be welcome. And also a noise gate that is a guitar effect that can cut the sound even shorter than the Funkalizer. So it's something that you can combine with the Funkalizer to make even shorter notes. And those, for me, are something that are not mandatory, but the 4th one is mandatory. The CyberBass needs a marble collector that is going to be placed over the Funkalizer. So if a marble goes into the bass but it doesn't bounce, or there is a problem, you don't want the marble to mess with the Funkalizer or the bridge or something else. You need something to collect the marble and to guide it into the funnel. And that's something that if these guys here in the museum want to continue with the MMX and want to make really a thing that works, it's going to be needed. And that's all for me. You can follow me on YouTube, where I made some chapters about the Funkalizer. Thank you for being here, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you. Also, I'm actually helping Martin making the MM3, but if you have questions or you want to approach to ask something about the CyberBass, I'll be there and I will be happy to help, okay? So see you. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Try is like, how long time does it take to even get it going?
Yeah, okay.
And I am kind of still in love with this gravity solution.
Yeah.
Because I have thought it out a little bit more and I think it would be fantastic.
Yeah.
So...
How would it allow you to play in different speeds?
Yes. But then you have, basically what would happen then is that you have a main shaft. Let's say it's this one.
Mm-hmm.
This goes always exactly the same RPM.
Mm-hmm.
So it has like a working 80 BPM or something, 80 RPM. And then you just have a gearbox like on a bike.
Oh, okay.
So you could have like multiple pulleys here.
Yeah.
And smaller in the other direction here. And you just move the strap over. And this shaft goes to the music.
I see. Okay, so you can, using the gears, you can set the BPM.
Yeah,
With a given specific force.
Then there is a question if you should, like on a gear, be able to switch the belt during operation or not.
Maybe between songs. Okay.
Maybe between songs, exactly.
Okay.
But if this works well enough, well, I don't have to do that. Hey everyone, welcome. I don't have to, if it works, I don't have to do that. But I love that idea a little bit more actually.
It is great, yeah, and it also looks good.
Which one?
The gravity mechanism.
You like it?
It's great, it looks good. I just wondered about the speeds, but now now I understand what you're planning.
You want to get your hands dirty?
Yeah, sure.
So if we lift the machine, can someone push this plate in, just so we close the gap? Oh, a little bit more? You're standing in the gap. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Toby.
Sure.
We can't have that gap on the video, can we? I'm going to test the pedal. Or I'm just going to talk a little bit about the pedal. Okay. So the pedal actually went on there kind of like a Lego kit. I was very curious for the sideways flex like this, and there's not a lot, so it won't touch the edges here, and it's completely silent. I was also curious for the weight. I think the weight is kind of spot on. Could have been lighter, but it's good. So what should we do now? Oh yeah. So now I need something to stand on, and yesterday we got help from Doro and Marius with a CNC machine. So okay, so now we need the plywood parts. Now we need the plywood parts so I can stand on this base. So let's make some G-code. We made that G-code yesterday, so yeah, it's gonna be movie magic.
Like a Lego part.
Yeah.
Like a chef.
Yeah.
Prepared.
The making of a cooking show.
And then cut to exactly the same angle to make it even less real. So we got the plywood parts from the CNC machine, and if I've done my homework, this should fit perfectly here. So let's see. Oh, sorry for that. Lego. Are the holes in the correct place? Yes. That looks great actually. And as I said, you can talk with each other and stuff. If I need complete silence, I'll ask for it. So don't be afraid to talk.
Now it's time to start selling Wintergatan Lego kits.
So I really need like a camera crane that can change heights without doing all this. It's like, I've seen, have you seen Jeremy Schmidt on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice channel. He built this like, so the camera goes from here and just there with like the touch of a hand. And I really, in a space like this, I could actually really use that.
That's really cool.
Hey, welcome. Yep. Oh, already?
Yep.
How was the talk?
Yeah, it was very nice.
Awesome.
It was a great talk. Sorry?
It was a great talk, they said.
Thank you very much.
I just bought pants with knee pads, and this is the best ever. I feel like a real carpenter with
What can I do for you?
the M6 flatheads. Yeah. Oh, we use them for the pedal.
Okay, so we need one.
Yes.
M6.
Hey. Welcome. So look at this, it looks almost like it was planned. And I want the pedal to always be here, so I want to try how it feels that it actually touches this card. So it feels almost like Steampunk. So I feel the lowest position. So I'm not going to be like this.
Yeah.
The plan is to be like this.
Wouldn't it create a lot of noise?
Yeah, that's true.
Could be.
I love the shares. The more shares you have, the more shares we can take.
Couldn't it be dangerous too if you get your feet stuck in?
Yeah, it's a protection later on it.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
It's important.
How longer? What was this? Yeah,
45.
do 60. Oh no, we should be able to. It's 70, Carlos. 18 plus 40 plus 10. Yeah, perfect. Awesome. Yeah. This is cozy.
It's a live stream.
So, is everyone in the room comfortable with being in the video? Or, yeah, I asked 3 times, I should ask. Everyone who does not want to be in the video can either hide or... Yes. I wouldn't quite put it that way, but... Thank you. Ah, this looks cool.
How much time is spent setting up the cameras instead of...
Yeah, but that's a great question, because that was what happened on Machine X. 85–90% of all my brain power and energy went into YouTube.
Wow.
Easily. Worrying about statistics, worrying about if people like the videos, blah, 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 blah. And then like the last hour of the day thinking about some designs, perhaps. So I'm really trying to turn that around, but yeah, filming myself is a little bit stupid, but...
How many people on your team?
That guy who is not there. No, it's mostly only me nowadays, so...
You still do all the filming yourself?
Yeah. During the MMX we were a little bit more, but now it's mostly me and sometimes Hannes when we're working together on the videos.
Are you still planning on moving around?
Moving around?
Or is this going to be a base for a while?
Oh, no, I'm not living here. I'm living in Stockholm partly, and I'm looking for a new house in Sweden actually. So I've been moving so much the last 4 years, that's also been like taking so much time. Moving the CNC machine between countries and stuff. Super stupid. Okay. So now all of you are in the shot. Wow, this goes together nicely. It's funny because I don't see if there is a hole, but there was a hole.
How closely do
Sorry?
How closely did your measurements match up when you welded the machine yesterday?
Don't understand. Which measurements?
Like when you put your caps and so on, it was all...
Oh, those I were happy with actually, because I did cancel the order to make the rectangular holes larger, because I didn't want to have like to angle grind every single part to get them to fit. So I would say that was like 95% perfect actually. So I was very happy. This is, however, a little bit.
As soon as he said the screw didn't fit.
Sorry?
As soon as you said that, the screw didn't fit.
That's the plastic section.
I think we are too far. Oh, we got that.
Maybe we can axe gently with a hammer.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna drill up the wood there. I think the metal bar is a little bit that way. Really low. There is a YouTuber who says post precision. Adding some post precision. I don't know if that's like Frank Howard. This is post precision. At least there are holes everywhere. For that. Sorry?
That screw that's sticking out right there, like, kind of sunk down a little bit. Like.
Oh, that's satisfying. That's a good sign. Yeah, you have 4 more of those, Carlos?
You planned out everything pretty good. Have you also planned out your time schedule for assembly and all that?
Like, that's one of my Achilles heels, like time planning. It doesn't work for me. But so what I'm having here is I want to get to the tests as quickly as possible. I'm also probably going to stay next week a little bit. But maybe if we're really lucky, I can make a test on Sunday. That's not good. That's so overkill, those bolts. There will be a plate here hiding it. I think we can leave them actually. Or one of the metal bars is a little bit out of.
Oh, it got chrome?
Yeah.
The man.
Maybe it works when carrots does it. Magic in hands.
It wasn't so hard.
I got tears from our beautiful youth. No.
I'm looking for this.
No, the M6 ones. M6 nuts. When we... Oh, where? Yes. Don't have these kinds of speeds. You have a set like those? Yeah. I forgot those. This works.
What kind of size are we looking at? Because mine is only my car.
One from the one I showed you. I don't know which one it is.
Müsste funktionieren.
One second. Send him and now I realize I didn't bring it. That it's not so nice. Oh yes. I also found mine, sorry. I just realized, thank you.
Do you have any idea how heavy the counterweight is going to be?
Flywheel?
No, the counterweight.
Oh, I'm not sure I'm going to use that.
Ah, okay.
So,
I like the idea of the rewinding of it.
yeah, I love that idea. Hopefully I don't need it.
Do you find out direct drive then?
Yes, right now this test is to see if direct drive is good enough.
I noticed on the other machine when you stop turning,
Yeah.
there's a lot of energy stored.
Yeah, this is 20 times stronger than MMX. But at max setting, I can make it. I can put it different strength, but at max setting is 20 times more moment of inertia. So it's going to be really, really dangerous.
Is it going to walk right?
I mean, like I'm really nervous, like powering up even with people in the room, because if it actually breaks free, it could be like lethal actually. So playing a little bit with fire. So I can actually tell you something cool about cordless grills if you want to know. When I found out this, my mind was blown, and this is the perfect occasion. Some of you know what this is for. Some of you maybe doesn't. Is it someone who doesn't? Or everyone in you? Okay. So, not joking. If you want to appear like a pro, you should use this, and this is the perfect occasion because it's kind of a clutch switch. So if I hold this, it doesn't turn now. So it's just slipping inside. If I make it stronger, I have to hold it harder to make it not turn. If I make it all the way up, it's like a drill cymbal, then I can't hold it. So when you want all the flatheads to be at the perfect height, you find a good setting, and then you can have, like if you put on like a ceiling or something, and you want all the screws to be beautiful, then you're using this, and it looks like perfect. So on the first one, and like it took me ages to find this out, but so So now you can see it doesn't go into the plywood yet. It doesn't have more strength, so then I put it a little bit higher, like 2 steps. 3 steps. That's kind of the look we want. Sometimes it goes faster if you do it fast. Okay, a little bit more. A little bit more. This is so overkill, but it's fun. Okay, that one was different, so now this whole thing falls apart. Let's try this one. Okay. I'm going to blame the bad plywood quality. I think the difference is here, some screws are like grabbing in the metal and some screws are not. So the theory is then that you can just do like that and you don't have to care. That's a nice one. So now you know what it's for. Did you get that, Hannes?
I saw that.
I can tell you again. One. Is it exciting? Yeah? Pretty good. Yeah. Very happy. The cordless drill is very happy for the attention. Okay. No, it's okay. I'm not in the way. I'm in the way for you, though.
No problem. How did your relationship with the museum develop?
Actually, I got that question yesterday. I don't remember. I think Lucas I got in touch with Lucas, and what I love with Siegfrieds Mechanical Museum is that when I asked how something worked, Lucas just opened the machine and pulled the gear out of the machine. So it's like, and in Utrecht, where I was first, it's just silk gloves and don't touch anything. So here is more rock and roll, and I love that. So it's very special, like, to be in a museum for mechanical instruments and build probably the best museum in the world for it. And you're really going to love the museum so much. Material, of course. I actually don't really know what I should do next. Maybe some metal lacing. And this is why I'm black in the face.
How heavy is that Lyre?
Now it's 45 kilos.
Okay.
But we have, this is only half of it, so, and there's 3 discs, and they're like 15 each. So, and we have 3 more, so max setting is 90 kilos.
Okay.
But actually they told me from SKF also that this 20mm shaft is a little bit thin. And on MMX, everyone said like 20 millimeter on MMX, a tractor can use that for the tires. That's way too much. But so actually, this should be a little bit more beefy. I thought it was beefy already, but it should be a little bit more beefy. Okay, so I think I'm going to do some because I want to add a wheel here, and to do that I need to do some metal lathing. And I think in there, the museum wouldn't want me to bring you all in there. You say no as well. So if I'm really lucky, like this, it's the second time in my life using a lathe. So if I'm really lucky, later today we can put 2 more bearings here and put another shaft here, and then put a pulley here, and then we can connect this bearing to the pulley. But right now I can't put it on without lathing it. So that will be the next step. It's super cozy to have you here. Thank you all for coming to the meetup. And yeah, so I'll be over there, and I'll see you a little bit later. Yeah.
Thank you, Martin. It was really nice.
No, so it was pleasure. Pleasure, thank you.
Geh am besten auf Studio 1. Karl, wann ist die nächste Präsentation? Karl, wann ist die nächste Präsentation? Eine Stunde? Wir müssen schauen, dass wir keine Ahnung.
Is it okay with my my suit, please? I hope I don't have food in my teeth. Yeah? Was it good? Yeah.
Ah, war natürlich so geplant. Ja gut, aber lass es mal laufen. Lass es so durchlaufen. Weil das kannst du krass und klar sagen.
Thank you. Tack.
Eigentlich müssten wir jetzt die Black Magic nehmen, eine davon, uns in die Schlange stellen und dann der Black Magic. Karl, wir lachen über das LAN-Kabel.
Det är
spela. Tack så mycket. Tack för att ni kom med sina relationer. Det är ganska väldigt bra Johan. Hände någonting. Jag är ju nyss på en turné då. Då är det ju massor med konceptet briljant. Men nu ska
Hey, nice to meet you.
Ja, men underbart. Har du gött? Vi ses säkert.
Is it good? Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Oj,
Nice to meet you.
Och du tycker att jag är en del av familjen då? Tycker du att jag är en del av familjen?
Hey. Nice to meet you. Hi. Nice meeting you guys.
I'm gonna take a few pictures, so everyone's got the eyes open.
Det är sällan jag får göra det.
Great, awesome.
Det är sällan jag får signera någonting.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Ja, men tack. Ja. Försöker.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I'm very as well.
Wow, thank you. Thanks for coming. Of course. My pleasure. Cheers.
My hand is shaking.
Thank you so much. No, thank you, and thanks for coming. Do you think the next machine will work?
Yeah, third time's the charm. That's what we did at school. Third time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, if I use 20 years, I think it will work.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. But
Yes.
this looks sturdy. It's promising.
It looks different, right?
Yeah. Something is different.
Yeah.
You have learned something. It's like
Yes. And yesterday the media was like, the TV was like, don't you want to play music? I was like, it's actually more fun to learn how to design properly. I just said it, and I was like, it's true.
Yeah.
So I really want to learn to design good enough.
Yeah.
And the machine is more complicated than what I thought.
It is. Yeah.
Like, no one makes a machine with loose parts like the marbles, and then trying to behave them, trying to have them make them behave with millisecond precision. It is complicated.
Yeah. But hey, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Of course.
Yeah, this is super fun.
Yeah, it is. It is.
In Germany we have the expression, der Weg ist das Ziel. There's a similar expression in English, but it basically means that sometimes not the actual goal is what you want.
The journey that matters.
Yeah.
The journey that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the goal, that's the drive.
Yes, it's so true. I'm trying to feel that way, but it's not always easy.
You need to have relax.
Yeah, but it is. I think in our life it would be good if with everything, to feel like the present is everything we have. They say like the future is nothing and what past, the history is nothing. Like the power of now with Eckhart Tolle. It's this book about that. So it sounds so nice in theory. I would really like to feel that all the time, but
we're trying.
And while I'm like problem solving, I'm just present in the now. There's like a flow state. Then I'm like don't think about anything else. I think that's why I love doing this so much.
I've also experienced flow feeling. It's like pure happiness.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't burn out if you do it long enough. It's a situation of joy and happiness, but it will make you burn out after a long enough time. You need to be careful.
Yeah, but when do you feel it?
When doing music, I guess.
Yeah. I think music is interesting because it's also tied to time.
Yes.
It's the only art form, film and theater. Okay, yeah. But it's the art form that is most linked to time.
Yes.
Yeah. So it gets you into a rhythm of something.
Yes, I do play drums and bass and singing.
I thought you only played bass from the teacher.
Yeah, it's my main instrument now, but I can do drums and some singing, yes. And actually my new thing is studying theory. Very much Adam Neely and Jacob Collier inspired. Actually I get most flow feeling in studying theory. I've just recently been starting out with music. I actually grew up from a science engineering background, and now I'm trying to learn the cello. I'm trying for the past 2 years.
Wow.
If I would play some classical, it would be so.
There's a
Yes, I love that. And at some point when I was trying to find a teacher, I was finding difficulty finding a teacher in Rhein. So I ended up thinking, okay, I need to learn to teach myself the music theory. So I got into piano. Now I've got both going simultaneously.
The piano is really good when studying theory because I always visualize with piano.
Yes. The funny thing is I end up practicing a bit more piano than I do cello.
Yeah, okay. But they will support each other definitely.
But anything with a bow is super difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with no frets on the cello.
Yeah, and I think I'm experiencing the exact opposite side of frustration that you would.
Okay.
Because I've never really learned music. And I'm often thinking, my teacher said, don't you hear that? And I'm like, hear what? It's out of tune.
You just hear the beauty.
I'm like you, and imagine working with him. I don't know jack shit compared to him.
I always say that the problem with guitars and the beautiful thing of guitars is that it has frets, because there are a lot of problems that the frets mix into the equation of making a guitar, but also it makes everything way more simple than when you're playing with a fretless fretboard.
Well, are you seriously gonna weld today?
Turn. Lay thing, you mean? Yeah.
What did I say?
Well.
It's a workshop over, but thin machinery means we can't really go in there.
Yeah, that's understandable.
You might have seen it in some of the live streams from November.
Okay. No, I saw the video.
Yeah, the video.
Like in camp?
Oh yeah, that's maybe that's also.
Day 2. That's right.
But
You got the 20-minute
Musikkabinett. November videos, we actually have cameras all over the place, so you can see people walking from one room to another.
The fusion mixing with the real thing.
Quite
near to the definitely it's beautiful. We can do a lot of this here actually, if we would have time. Honest.
Ja.
Om vi får in ljudet så känns det som att vi har en bra video liksom. Jag vill se himla gärna.
Jag förstår att det är vidare.
Men...
Tre.
Det är inte som förra gången.
Nej, jag behöver verkligen bara att du känner att du...
Ja, det är därför jag kommer ensam, för jag tänkte Carlos är med mig. Och kanske Burson. Okej, jag lovar. Jag gör allt jag kan. Bert,
yes?
Do you know how the lake works?
No.
But are you just being humble? You know, but
I've got a basic idea, but I used to lathe maybe once. So
okay, so
you're actually a
you're the pro here.
If you can help, I've actually done 2.5 years of apprenticeship in metalworking.
You know how lathe works?
I mean, I know how lathe works in general. I've done many things on the lathe. I haven't worked on the exact type that you got over there, but I'm.
So the only thing I'm worried about is like for safety. So I guess there's no like insurance here that would cover you. So it would be like at your own peril. This is like you like I will take the ring to Mordor.
Sign something.
No, the thing that would be really good would be to have some. That would be awesome to have some like, oh, wait, you have to knock that one down first. You know, things like that.
Yeah.
And if we talk together, you can, because I'm stressed like I'm making the video.
Yeah.
So Hannes is word for me. So you can make sure that we slow down and just keep it super safe. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. So, and then, and then there are some heavy lifts, and I've been doing 16-hour days, so I'm getting really worn out. So perhaps you can help Carlos do some lifts as well.
If you need, you know where to find me.
Yeah.
Remember, don't care too much about the video. Everything will be awesome, even if it's not completed.
Yeah.
Make it safe.
Yeah.
You heard it, guys. I care for it.
It's awesome. In through this ear and out.
Just want someone to back me up in the comments when people.
When I die.
Yeah.
Hannes said.
Hannes tried it.
Don't play. Turn.
Late for sure.
So the wheel we're gonna turn has the cutout. Did you see the video? Yeah. Has the same cutout. But I was given the wrong information, so they're in a place where the foreign chat can't reach. So the first thing we have to check if we can grab it by the outside. But the pulley has like these thin flanges, so I'm a little bit nervous about that. I don't even know if the chuck reaches there, so maybe we can't even do it at all. So, but that would be good to have your opinion as well, if it's okay to hold it by the. To hold the. It's not as heavy as this one.
One more advice: don't overshoot in there now. We're gonna have material. We're already at 6 or 7 minutes. We're gonna have the same seat. And we're gonna have the day.
Awesome.
So don't think about the camera angles too much.
I think on the other one I like that. I'm gonna make an hour-long turn video. You're gonna love that. Likes it.
Maybe somebody can help you with that. So you forget maybe it's not going to be as you like the shots. But
Yeah. But it's the operations. No, it's okay. We just go slow. But as I said, maybe we can't do it at all. If it doesn't fit, we have to think of something else.
Has everyone got their things signed and got their photos now when he has downtime before he gets stressed again?
I'm eating now.
I don't care about it.
You like to have a photo of Martin being a human being.
Martin, do you think that this frame will be strong enough, or maybe that these some braces at some places where there are big stress that would greatly increase the strength of these joints?
Yeah, so I learned they're called gussets, things like that. And right now it's only tack welded, and so it's not. I'm gonna weld it completely, and when I'm welding it completely, brackets doesn't make a big difference for the strength. It's very. I'm just shooting from the hip, but I think it's kind of over.
Because it looks strong.
Yeah.
Because the walls are like 2 millimeters.
And it's 4 millimeters.
Then it's right.
Yeah. So when you do that, it's like one piece. But I'm going to weld it complete, and then I don't think we need brackets. But if we wanted to save weight, like on the new modules, then your idea is perfect, because then we can have everything thinner and some diagonals, and we have much less material for more rigidity. But I want to go more into like this calculations, physics calculations in the computer and stuff. But it's just a whole rabbit hole to really look at the forces and stuff. So for the real machine, I'm thinking about maybe like outsourcing that to the internet to some really pro people who do that. So I don't have to learn that actually.
I mean, once you have the catch, you can probably do a lot of simulations quite easily.
Yeah, it's so much, like, it's never quite easy because they're then, like, they ask like 1,000 questions because when they really get into it, so okay, what material do you have? What batch of like it just comes 1,000 questions. But to get a ballpark figure would be quite easy.
Yeah.
So my contact at SKF did a simulation on this setup. So he shows, for example, how much this shaft is landing from the weight of the flywheel. So, and it was funny because in their simulation software it bended this much, like a banana. So that's the cool thing with digital design and physics, is that everything is almost known. So you could actually, in theory, know almost everything before you put it in the real world. I don't know how to do it yet, but it's getting more and more important, I think. You can make your errors digitally, like that you don't have to angle grind. You can angle grind your digital designs.
Yeah, you reset it to your last checkpoint.
Exactly. That's the plan. Should we go and look if it fits? No. And then I'll bring the camera if it fits.
It's over there.
Yeah. Yeah, so in the metal workshop, only Frodo here can go. We'll see you very soon.
And I guess this is not interesting at all. What it means in front of a screen.
Oh, come on, get right into that too.
Oh.
We'll just be wondering if our internet broke or not.
Yeah.
It doesn't move for very long.
I'm gonna take a lunch break soon, so it's gonna be empty. Oh, yeah, so people can... People can actually watch the thing on a screen somewhere.
Yeah, we have put it in the street in homes.
That's fantastic. You heard that, everyone? There you go, a live streaming from when Martin is going to do the turning.
We have a camera in the metal workshop and it will be streamed online and also on the big TV in the hall.
If you want to watch him trying to do the thing.
Try.
says you can't come in there.
I guess you don't need it in your you're a bit quite heavy. It should be forklift ready. Forklift ready, yeah. It should on the floor.
Yeah, well, today it's really difficult because the line changes. People come in, the line shift.
Put it on and truck.
Cinematic?
Yeah. High contrast, hybrid, stretch, there it is.
Go. Race car.
Hold on. Because I do also much away with this one.
I have a gun pretty fast. Mostly the project that is like this. Yeah, it's only one day. I have one day. Except for posting.
Yeah,
like my own stuff, like my training videos, that's always one day. Yeah. So, and that's
nicht jede, der es lässt. Das hat meine Reihe hingeschlagen zwischen dem Gespräch. Ja, ich meine, das ganze Ding hier ist nicht.
That's the dangers of the editing live. It's pretty fast editing it, but then you need to check in the details for a whole week.
Ja, ein Festlager machen, also zum Beispiel hier. Ja, und dann 2 Loslager hinzufügen. Eigentlich schon.
Ja, not on these videos.
Es sei denn, das ist in diesem Ding selber. Das kann natürlich sein. Es kann auch sein, dass es da drin spielt, das Lager selber.
And people really care. They want the good story. They care about the most perfect editing in the world. Yeah, as long as the story is interesting.
Ich weiß nicht, ob das entkrantet ist.
Ja.
Sieht big aus.
Ja.
Hier am Band ist ein kleiner Schatz. Die Aktion auf der Klärmaschine war schon spannend. Also, ich finde die Aktion diese richtig viel spannende Runde lustig. Ja, in der Werkstatt gesagt, habe ich auch gar nicht gesehen. So eine fette Öffnung für so eine Klärmaschine.
I don't know. Ja, aber da kann man sich da auch sparen. Oh. Yeah, but maybe. Can you Can you hear me? Yeah. Out of this one? Wahrscheinlich schon, ja. Is it working?
Ja.
Ich höre hier Stream Audio, kann das sein? Ja. Ja. Okay. Die ist. Ja. Okay, then you guys are free. Okay.
Das sind ja quasi einfach zwei Schrägen, wo sie nach außen drücken.
Ja, die haben wahrscheinlich ein bisschen Spiel, dass man es vertreibst.
Weil ich meine, das Rad ist ja recht groß zur Buchse. Mhm. Also die Buchse möchte ja eigentlich, dass es gerade läuft. Ja. Aber durch die Länge kannst du es halt nicht so weit treiben. Deswegen schätze ich, dass du es halt einrichten kannst und dann halt nochmal nachspannst. Ja. Und das dann in Position läuft.
Ja. Andererseits wird es wahrscheinlich auch relativ.
Ja, es geht ja eigentlich nur um die Masse. Und ich denke jetzt nicht, dass die so gedreht reichen, dass du sagst.
Eben, das ist wieder die nächste Sache. Wie viel Accuracy braucht man halt wirklich für diese Maschine? Das hat ja keinen. Das ist auch gar nicht cool.
Also theoretisch, wenn das Rad, auch wenn das Rad so läuft, ist es eigentlich egal. Es geht ja, ich habe die Masse. Und das ist halt nicht hüpft. Ja. Also sobald halt, ich sag immer, die Seite schwerer wäre als die Seite, dann hättest du halt klar auf der Ding und dann hättest du halt Vibration.
Kann man auch unterscheiden, also wegen dem das auch noch groß ist mit so einem Zusatzgewicht. Das ist schon ziemlich professionell so aus.
Off the shelf bearings? Off the shelf bearings?
Die Evolution wird krass sein, wenn die dreimal nebeneinander stehen. Eben, genau. Wenn man nochmal denselben Sprung schaut, wobei die zweite, die sieht schon echt fabelhaft aus.
Making off.
Die Drehmaschine so echt schön auf der Mäuse. Bitte? Die Drehmaschine ist so richtig schön auf der Mäuse. Ich würde mir auch so eine Drehmaschine so. Aber der Typen sind aber besser.
It's going on.
Hast du das denn gelernt?
Nee, ich bin Geländeschreiner.
And also the museum has a lot of
Der hat die
with the different
aus Schweinfurt. Gab es mal von SKF. Von der Prüfmaschine Niederlassung. Und dann hat auch die Ausführmaschine gezogen. Und das wird Mathematik gemacht.
Ja, da muss man dann zur rechten Zeit am rechten Ort.
We tried to have like truck to have marking should be done to fill the gaps.
Im Schuppen eingemauert.
But sometimes we want to have a good happy videos and then we put it a little bit further.
Also ich komme
That's
aus
why
Backen.
sometimes the
Ja, weil ich wohne gerade im Hofheim.
That's because we really want to push up to the end. So we try to stop at the word and then
That's the hammer.
Yeah, it works.
Good enough.
These days we can't get out of that.
It doesn't
Because
matter
a lot
like
of
this.
happen. Like
Might spread too much.
that was almost the thing. It's gonna be more around 2 days. So.
No bolt bearings.
Or not.
What?
Not
No bolt bearings.
Yeah.
So with the bolt is designed
From the bearings, right. Straight, yeah.
You all get to follow along.
Yeah.
The same journey as Martin's basic.
Yeah, squeeze it.
But is it actually going in?
I'm on. Sorry. Still ongoing.
Isn't there
Das ist dann eine Werkstatt, die auch bestellen könntest.
Isn't this that outdoor?
Ja, aber das ist das nächste Ding. Also nicht im Platz.
Ich should go in.
Ja, Standbaumaschine.
This is the outdoor.
Yeah, no, it's all strange geschossen. Der Race itself ist auch so, dass
Maybe it's
it could have
so this is from the
or maybe it's just for books.
Then why is it there?
Yeah, you can put another bearing inside.
Yeah, that's I don't know where it was.
So many Swedish Teslas around here.
I talked to a couple of Swedes already that came here.
Okay.
So I've been talking Swedish today. I got.
Yeah, you need to know what's inside.
I'm gonna go and grab some quick lunch, and then I have the whole last section here. And then let's see how the next one will go. The turning. That's all the comments.
They asked me to
It's still like dating.
Yeah. Sounds right. I think that's the Swede in me as well. We do that in everything in Sweden. Like the
Sounds
verb.
like it's better translated from German.
I mean, turning sounds wrong. Speeding would be cooler. Speeding.
Yeah, you put the bearing inside of that one. No, this can go to the bearing itself. My feeling is kind of, this has too many right angles. This is kind of not, this is kind of, if you go from the evolution from the first Lyre machine, it's too professional.
Yeah.
It's kind of
You oh, wow.
Yes, yes.
like nothing. No,
but take the torch. Depends the difference between inert and uninert gas is in the material. When you have a normal steel, you would use 80% CO2 in argon, and when you weld something like TIG, because you have to protect your anode, your top, you let use inert gas. When you weld stainless steel, you use from the start of the gas, you also don't want the stainless steel to react with oxygen, because otherwise it starts to rust. Okay. So the gas is more depending on the material than on the way you weld it. So TIG is always inert gas because of the tungsten. Because you have to protect it, and by normal steel for MIG welding or MAC for active gas. You would use 18% carbon dioxide because it burns off something like little imperfections. So the slag on the outside, or the slag on the outside is basically the imperfection burned off. Burn oil and residue, and then you take your polishing disc or angle grinder and you polish it off. So it doesn't need to be looked ugly because it's MIG or MAC. It depends more like, normally when you use MIG you want to make progress. You want to be fast. You just want to do it. So like, you need a weld done, and then it's off. But if you like take back the feeding from the wire a bit, and weld it a bit slower, and you pedal with your torch a bit, you can get a much nicer weld. But the difference is if you start to TIG weld with just the material that's here, you very much burn the edges off, and then you have to fill it up to get this edge back. And with MIG welding you can start inside because you just weld the wire into the notch. Okay. So that's because it's easier, because you instantly have material going on. Just push it in as well. By TIG welding normally you will fill and chill. So you put your fill and chill, you put your addition onto it and start welding on the additional material. So you have a little block of excess metal, and you wait until it melts into the other one, and then you keep feeding and go forward. I have not only done stick welding. So this is basically this is TIG, but it looks like MIG. I mean the quality. No, because if you look here, you see how it's burning off the metal. It's melting into the notch. Between part. What's the word? Gap. And it's easier with MIG because MIG would just put material onto it. And if you want to break your spot weld, you just give it a bang with the hammer, and you basically have just excess material on the surface. You grind it off, and you basically have 2 parts of it. That's why I'm saying you would have it easier if you used. If you knew how to use it. I mean, it's optional. If you learn welding, you start at MIG and MAC because it's easier. And if you like have feeling for power and stuff, you change over to TIG. Because then you have because then you know how your metal reacts. When you weld. You can do better welds. But this kind of is to me as somebody who only watched welding videos mostly, and only saw stick welding in person.
this looks like it could be better. It looks like not horrible.
TIG welding is pretty difficult. That's why I'm saying it would be easier for you to use it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's basically the hardest of the screen.
Also, it does not matter how they look. It just needs to stick.
Because if you think of your hand holding, what you're supposed to do by MIG welding, you're holding your torch with two hands, and you basically have both hands to but it's very difficult.
Nobody can make it like this. It never looks like. Yeah, some people can weld with the stick.
I mean, I know somebody which first learned underwater and then went into the ship industry. So he welded such gaps for ships.
Yeah.
And if you're underwater, you always weld stick. And he said, when you can weld stick ugly underwater, you can weld beautifully on surface.
But I think not many people learn welding underwater.
Yeah. It's kind of niche.
It's kind of niche.
It's normally done for pipelines and stuff, but not many people work on pipelines.
Yeah, this is special. Okay, but here it's kind of,
you have your finger to point the direction, and the other hand is because the stick is so long. It's around here, and then you have
long lever.
And the point is you always need to have the same distance between your filament and your metal. So you have to feel, because you don't really see, because with the next one you have and around you see it. Yeah. And so you don't really see how much.
Not that I photo bomb it.
So you have to like.
It appeared in the background.
Just jet into it. Touch the metal and weld your stick to your back.
I only saw stick welding and I was thinking how welding is not for me. Because it's kind of like. Yeah. So you begin with sticks and then you have a weld and then you don't see where you're going. And then it's still
the stick burns.
It is real. To sitting in the middle of a room, a lot of people around.
So you have your bright light in the back. You have this smoke and then you see it down. So you're doing it mostly blind. TIG welding is the difficult part because you only have one hand on your torch. You have the other hand with your filament. And you need to, and everything you do, you do. You don't, you have to adjust the power because you have sometimes you have a finger trigger, and sometimes you just put it in the machine and then the speed of how fast the welding is determining if you burn the hole into the. So you determine the speed, you determine the feeding, you determine if you get good or not. So everything by TIG is up to the welder.
Yes.
And by MIG it's like you put it into the machine and you are the guidance system. So you just need to know how to diagnose the machine and also the welder.
Oh!
I guess he's done here. What's the plan?
He was here the whole day, working on that, and now he's in metal work. Trying to lay fixing the other one.
What do you do? I'm editing this video. I should do something this morning.
So currently it's shooting now one up today. So I'm almost live at it. Here comes Carol. Hello, how's it going? Ready? Does it work? I know. I don't like to hear that.
Figured out a way it may work, but we don't know. I've been asked to bring the camera, so something is going to happen. The memory card.
Yeah. Are you gonna stay? Yeah, we can talk more later. Cool. Yeah. Enjoy yourself. It's gonna. I think this is the right memory card. Let's double check.
Because the only thing changes the
So, it's loaded.
And you can use it when you don't even use a filler.
Can I take it now?
Yeah.
When you just let the materials flow to each other. So particularly makes it definitely has advantages, but it's difficult on the person. And like new building is faster, easier,
Hannes?
but you need more.
How is it to close the tripod?
Because your gas change material.
How can I close the legs?
As mentioned, normal gases,
Is it just?
80% carbon dioxide.
I think it's just. It's just.
You can. You are the man. Thank you so much.
I'm not that worried about his equipment. That's why.
So you have one gas three, to burn off the imperfections in the to like burn it clean with the filament and then gently the new stuff.
When you're making steel, you're also using pure oxygen.
Oh god, yeah.
Just the case here for
And then just he's an old story now. Yeah. You know, he's
Maybe most of
around the world.
There were many things were said it's fine with I joined when we phased
the gates are really difficult. So that's all the gates. Obviously, people have
This pedal with the old one.
You should be able to see the approach.
Even as like I said, like reasonable to increase it.
Und das wird dann auch ein bisschen, aber ich sage jetzt nicht so,
I think for that part, I mean, he was putting lots of effort yesterday.
This square.
No, to also have this he was opening, closing from it. We were allowed to see things in this way. But I guess we get more.
was abzuschälen, dass es schön aussieht.
Once I remember he was doing advanced not while they were on there.
Gucken dann, wie es funktioniert. Vielleicht gibt es ja dann noch mal so einen Finger. Das ist doch, und wenn es modular ist, kann man das ja auch dann stückweise
To prove that he can play type music with a
iterieren. Weil momentan ist ja das SMMK verlässlich spielt, ohne dass er die Leute auf dem Platz wissen, was
Three discs together. Three laser cuts. And then in a late
and there was this thing that he had, the center wall was a little bit too big, so he filled it in with welding and then laced it again. I mean, sometimes you need to go with workarounds. That is the nice thing actually with metal. You can put something.
You can put it back.
That is the few things.
It's a little different with wood. You can
kind of add wood when
then it's more in the end afterwards.
Yeah.
Something nice.
I'm really curious when this is going.
First, I hope that his theory can be proven with this one. Yeah, so that it's continuous. Or, I mean, it's not what I would wish for. That this is the part that breaks the theory and can focus on other things. Yeah.
There are many
meisten outcomes. Auch ein mehrfaches, so schwer oder so robust, wie sie eigentlich sein müssen, um die Funktion zu erfüllen. Einfach weil halt, wir haben gerade das Problem, du hast quasi das so ein Kamerastativ und jetzt wirst du eine Halterung dann theoretisch.
When you look at the details, like
Aber hast du das Problem, wir sollten das ins Auto planen können oder
just because you can't. I think it may be some CNC machine.
I would guess so, that this is basically just, I mean, yes, you could make it exact corner, but I mean, if you're putting it on the CNC, why not make it nice? Because then at least you have the aesthetics. You will never be able to get these perfectly square on the CNC.
Also, when you have like a corner that's like not rounded, but chips, it hurts. It's a good.
This is the sheen line. Because the English, because they're
and that's just
mit einer Ecke wird das dann irgendwo hingestellt, sozusagen abgesenkt auf ein Bein die gesamte Last von dem ganzen Teil.
Also ich sage immer so, zum Beispiel, was man machen könnte, ist theoretisch anstatt 2 Uhr an hier, aber dann irgendwo eine Form zu schrauben, dass du einer das Ohr nimmst, 3 Ecke raus, schneidest mit Plasmacutter und weil wenn der eine durchgehende Ecke hast, ist also wenn du das wieder anschweißt.
Oder halt das Ohr, ein mehrfaches was man braucht.
Ja, das ist so, die Schwachstelle ist ja nicht das Ohr. Die Schwachstelle ist ja nicht das Ohr. Deswegen, es ist weniger so, dass zum Beispiel das Rohr ist in die Seite hier immer schon jetzt. Also wenn du hörst richtig gut ab, ist das Rohr auf Flug stabil. Ja. Was ich habe irgendwie ist, dass die irgendwie Schock kriegen, dass die halt angekleidet kommen und dass dann halt versucht wird, hier lassen.
Ich habe mal 4 Stück gemacht bei so einer Klimafirma. Und dann hatten sie so ein Gerät, das mit dem Apfel eingebaut. Und der Gabelstaplerfahrer fährt die Gabel einfach mitten in die Box rein. quasi hier rein in die Gabel.
Nee, aber deswegen sage ich halt, wenn du hier halt zum Beispiel komplette Rahmen nimmst und hier halt zum Beispiel, was man kann auch einstellen, dass du den halt nicht anschmeißt, sondern zum Beispiel auch reinlegst. Inzwischen halt ja angefangen, die Näschen alle zu machen.
Also die Schweißnaht ist definitiv dann die schwerste Stelle. Das ist auch genau, wo die größte Kraft dann drauf kommt.
Ja. Das hat das Konzept zum Beispiel von den selbstoptigen Nasen ein bisschen weiter denkt. Dass ich halt zum Beispiel mal so, ich sag jetzt mal, Grundzüge weil
prinzipiell so, wenn man sorgfältig transportiert,
Wenn sorgfältig, das ist natürlich falsch.
das ist jetzt
Ich glaube, auf dem Bau und sowas. Wenn du schon auf Wacken siehst, diese sowas ankommt.
Wie viel Mal muss man sowas auch ingenieren, dass es hält?
Yeah, nobody tell him about aluminum extrusion. You speak English?
Yes. We should not tell him, or we should tell him?
I mean, I like working with mild steel, but
should we give him a catalog of what's called Mizuno? No, not
Mizuno.
The catalog of the Japanese with M, not Mizuno.
Mechanic? No, that's French.
Not
Meetup.
No.
That's gauges.
Mitsubishi? not Mitsubishi, not. Mizumi, yeah. They have a friend of mine is using kind of their catalog to have with aluminium extrusion frames to build machines.
With the quad slots?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's basically what...
You should show him. Or maybe not. Yeah, you can build an angle inside.
And brackets and handles and basically everything.
So maybe it needs to work in one place first and then there will be version 4.
I mean, there's something to be said for just doing what works, you know, being able to produce in something. And just like I said, I like being able to work with mild steel. It's a very forgiving material. It's cheap.
Yeah.
But it's very heavy.
Yep. So aluminum doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah.
So I would say this is more like proof of concept type 3. And when you have a working machine that works reliably, it's easier to exchange parts or to shave something off than to make a very awesome concept and not having the knowledge to produce the project. Because, I mean, we've earlier talked about that you always weld with TIG. But I would say it's easier to weld with MIG or MAG on mild steel.
Did you say MAG? Is that German?
German, in English you only say MIG.
Metal inert gas.
Yes,
and in German it would be metal.
We either say MIG for inert gas or MAG for active gas. Because for mild steel you use 80% CO2.
Yeah, 75-25. Generally in the States.
And we normally use 1872. So we make the difference between inert gas and carbon dioxide. So that's why we say MIG and MAG. Because with TIG you normally have problems like you're losing your material.
I TIG and MIG on mild steel very often. So I'm quite familiar. But his welding has improved over the years. And it took maybe 3 times longer than I expected for him to finally be broken by the artistic compromises. Because I mean, the Lumax as it stands is...
I mean,
it's a project.
He'll argue with me, but I consider it a masterpiece. And this is very truer to testing and form over function.
This is much more closer to him.
Yes. There's a lot of learning going on.
Yeah. But if you did this with aluminum extrusions, it would look totally not sexy, I think.
That's definitely true. It also might not be able to handle the forces.
Oh, it will.
It might walk, though. Unless you really, because I mean, they already shake.
Yeah. I mean, there's kind of this thing. There's this size, is the normal size, I think 6 by 6.
Yeah.
And then you have double and quadruple the size, and it does not matter what material you use if you have enough of it.
All the peaks, yeah, and all the parts are interchangeable as well, generally.
And there's not so much force. It's just with the other machine with this.
It's mostly because of the cranking and the foot pedal.
Pedaling, that's what
So you
kills it.
always give it input. If you have an electric motor which just turns,
because we could do the job better, I think.
I mean, you have buttons, you know, 110 BPM, 120 BPM.
Yeah. Because the only really first force is the acceleration. As soon your flywheel spins, it's pretty stable.
The wheel itself does nothing.
Minimal to keep it going.
It's when you have something like with the gears, with the big gear. So there you bring some force in at one end. It needs to come out somewhere. That force. Overall, there should not be.
So I'm less worried about the forces on the operating side. I'm more worried about the transport.
Yeah, transport is the...
Because transport is normally what kills everything.
I think what probably needs to be done, there needs to be a box where you put this in and then you transport the box. And inside of the box you have it locked into place. So there's a bigger frame.
You mean moving them between sites, not moving the power
in the
machine?
The rough centering with the tail stop is genius. Like yesterday, we didn't think of that. No, then we didn't have we didn't have a round hole down because we had my weld. Yeah. Did you see that we overshot the dimension even after writing this shot? That's why I called it the.
So I mean, it's really difficult, especially with an old machine like that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even guarantee that I would have done it better. Especially when you have so much runout in the software.
No, I think it was actually we got excited and just started turning, and we got there much sooner than we expected. So we just didn't slow down in time.
How much did you measure?
0.2 millimeters. And the tapered bushing feels like it's tape fit, but I think it will be like today. Let's try to get a slick fit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe in you. Okay. So it's pretty fun. I thought I had to do some lathing by myself today, and I know.
No. If you want, you can. I mean, I just set it up and then you're going to do it.
Yeah, I would be happy to let you do it. It would be awesome to basically just in the end it's just turning one lever, isn't it?
Like how?
Okay, we'll see. Maybe I should just let you do it.
No. I mean, you can really do it yourself if you want.
Okay, we'll see. The audience would be most happy if I let you do it. But for me, it would be a cool experience as well. We'll see.
It looks like the synchronization is broken.
Like what?
The synchronization is broken.
Oh, cool.
No, cool, no, but news, but synchronization. The thing that the synchronization is broken.
It's working, I thought you said.
Broken.
Oh no.
It has broke during the day.
Strange.
Yeah.
Someone played too much fun.
Yeah.
Oh, Cyrus, do you water bottle? Yes, it's on the 3 black tables. 3 black tables. Yeah. Maybe something for you as well. Okay. Or maybe, Jeremias, do you want something to drink?
Some water or something. I think I still have some backpack. But
You wanna order me? You want another one?
Alright. Thank you. Now, check if we have.
Smart.
It's very good. How much is it undersized? Like how much?
It's 41 millimeter diameter, and I want it to 42.
Alright, so
I will bring the taper bushing so we can try.
perfect. Yeah.
And this, which was it? Wait, here. No, it's already out. Okay. We had 2 tools set up. So this one.
Yeah.
Oh, do that first. I was just surprised that there's no tool in here. Oh, here maybe. Yes. This is the one that did the trick for us.
Alright.
In the carbide insert. And this is set to the center with this holder already.
Yeah. Very good. You took 210 revolutions yesterday.
Something like that, yes.
Alright.
So we went pretty slow.
Yeah. Rather too slow than too fast.
Yeah.
And you can usually always go slower. Maybe the surface finish will not be that beautiful.
Okay.
But you can't really break something when you go too slow.
Do you get blood to your hand? The other? Or did you take too hard?
No.
Okay, I was just checking. I'll go get that tapered bushing and we'll try it.
Yeah.
I know we're a little bit far from that step, but.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. How's it going? You're already recognizing it then? We figured out how we can clamp it and yeah, I think this should work. Looks promising. One thing I would like to check. We hope that we don't interfere with the screws while turning. I think we also have something that we can stand it further out, and we just need to be more careful with the cuts. So, yeah, we'll see. I think it's going. You managed to get it on. Yeah. So, Jeremias, Sebastian. Okay, Sebastian. Hi. Yeah, Sebastian. Hi. Yes, you are the Zurfist, yeah. You're helping out Martin at the works at the day? Yeah. Super. German? Yeah. Okay. Just ease of use, like just to just English. All right. Martin, I will be your guardian angel. Yeah, perfect. Go to the.
Jeremias here.
Yeah, perfect.
Can you protect me against the lathe?
I will try. I will unplug it.
Do you know that we're live?
Yes.
With audio?
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Don't say dirty words.
Sorry?
Don't say dirty words. That's the first
thing. More than often.
Yeah. So you let us know when release that stuff?
Right. Yes. Yeah. I always assume I'm live.
Carlos?
Yes.
Can I borrow your muscles?
Don't think so, man.
Okay. So somehow we're gonna help them to lift it up. So this one comes on this one.
So we use something to raise.
That's the smart thing.
Hoe eigenlijk is het denk ik niet. Heel veel is meestal voor aanstekingen en die doet er dan niet mee.
I don't know if that works.
No, because we have a release or maybe remove this. That we can fill it out. Yeah, just to show something.
Oh,
yeah. Ja, we dan ook even de polder.
Verder?
Ja, dat is afstand.
But now I'm counting it. I go back.
Yes. It's not moving anymore.
In?
Die was alleen. Alright, let's stay there. Als we klaar zijn, dan waarschijnlijk het eruit doen. Nou, oké, kom eens even weg. Dat is het af. Nee, ik ben niet van best. Ja, meer dan dat. Dat ik hem al bedoel, dat is
ja, maar dat is niet aan.
Fox,
be careful because you don't have to
ook het idee also.
So that is the rope around it. You can here.
Zie, we hebben een Fox zit nou zo lekker op kosten afgeroepen. Dat we eigenlijk anders moeten.
Ja, in here. Or Archimedes or what's his name?
Fox en Lucas en Nico. Music coordinator.
I'll make sure they're getting this beautiful work here. Watch your fingers there.
Video als
I'll back out.
Runners, dan ook. Ik heb één iets hebben dat iedereen gehad?
We don't have time for that, yeah. Maybe there's some nuts somewhere. This is in a hole, I think.
Ah ja, ja,
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll try that again in a minute.
Yeah.
Woo, that works. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For anybody not yet in Hall 3, in about now we will start with the next presentation for today. There's still much more to come. After this we will have a session of medieval music. But right now, Tobias will guide you through the Lego Glockenspieler that he's made. So please enjoy.
Yeah. Hello together. Yeah, my name is Tobias, like you already said, and I want to show you how I built the Glockenspiel that I'm currently exhibiting here. For everyone following at home, I put a little link and QR code on the slide, so you can already see, if you're not here in person, what it looks like, what it's working like. But everyone here maybe has seen it in the next room. Yes. So just before we start, maybe a few words about me, because I think nobody really knows me. I'm not really active on the Discord or anything. Yeah, my name is Tobias. I'm 30 years old. I came here from Berlin. And yeah, I love programming. That's what I do also at work. And so that's why I choose a challenge to build something that I also have to program. And yeah, I love doing creative stuff, so primarily with Legos, what you see over there, but also like any other thing like Arduino, all the things I can get my hands off. I really love to do that. And I laugh a lot. That you should know about me. And yeah, I am also in a kind of Lego community in Berlin. That's the Berliner Steinkultur that I'm showing there, the logo. Just so you know, there's a whole another bubble just around Lego where I'm also involved. And yeah, today is the overlap of both of them. So, where our journey begins is like around 2021, 2022. I put the videos that Wintergatan posted in during this time there on the slide. And that was the time when he was like rethinking this whole process that he did, like the whole Marble Machine X. Is it really the way to go? And he had a longer pause, and that was the time where I was also thinking like, I followed this whole journey, and I really had I really also wanted to do anything out of it. Like I had the inspiration to do something with all the things I've seen online on the YouTube channel. I wanted like to also get creative and do something, like anything. And that also, this whole process just got me thinking, and I wanted to somehow also make something, because I really love this idea that Martin has to make a world tour, like this far-fetched goal that he's really like striving towards to. And that's, I think, is really impressive, and I wanted a smaller version of this, like a goal that I want to reach. And so that's how I came like about this video on YouTube. I looked on YouTube if there's someone like doing some like Lego instruments or something like this in the direction. And I found this video that I'm not showing right now because I haven't asked for permission, but essentially it's also a Glockenspiel playing robot on YouTube that's really good working. And what it does is it has two slides on either side of the instrument, and the motors that are hitting the instrument are on these slides and going to the right note. So essentially, you have these movements that the arrows are pointing towards, and that was just a minor thing that bugged me. It was like, there's so much energy going into pulling the motors up and down to hit the notes, and I thought like, what could you do to maybe improve it? Like, you don't have to put the instrument in the middle. You could just like put the robot in the middle and build the instrument around it, something like that. I had just a vague idea at that time. And that's when this whole process in my head started, like, what could you do? How could you implement that? How could you build it? Would it even work? I don't know. But that was all like theory in my head. I didn't really knew what I'm doing. But then I found this on on Otto. Like, I just browsed around and thought this was an offer, and I thought, oh no, I have to try it. Yeah, and that's when this whole journey started. I didn't even know if I could pull it out. I just tried. I just went straight in, and yeah, bought this. And I have no background in CAD or anything, so I don't have like CAD software. We have seen Martin like designing stuff firstly in CAD. I started really with physical designs, as I had no other means to do so. And I laid it around in front of me and like thought about what could you physically do? How could you arrange the notes? How could you like pull this off without motors moving around, so that all the motors and stuff are fixed in a position and only the mallets are moving. And yeah, I tried a few layouts, but the big question was like, you don't have a lot of space in the middle of this. So I really thought about what could possibly fit inside in the middle of this space to hit all the notes one after the other in a song. And yeah, I had a few ideas. I don't know how many away, I think. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I really took a lot of inspiration also from any music. I thought about what could you do there, and one thing that came to my mind is like doing one mallet for each note, so that you have a mallet really attached to the note, and like they hit their note only, and you like some pulley system or something. You do all the the mechanical work underneath, so where you have more space to do some fancy mechanics. That was the first idea I had, but I threw it away because then I would have a giant thing I couldn't transport or like take apart, because I would have all these wires going straight through the robot, so that wouldn't work, I thought. And another idea I had first, of course, marble machine. I also thought about using marbles, but like also the Animusic version did. But I tried it, and it's really hard to handle marbles. They want to go everywhere, and Martin knows. And so I also scraped this idea, but that was hard to scrape. And then the final idea I had was some kind of seesaw mechanism. Maybe you know it from like a playground or something. So like I would have one long mallet, and I could turn it into either direction where I want to hit the note, and the whole mallet could be turned so that it faces the right note to play. That was my first idea with this mechanism, with this kind of mechanism. And so the idea there is like the seesaw isn't the hole there is not in the middle, but it's slightly offset, and then you have in the middle a mechanism that goes up and down to handle this motion to hit the notes. And yeah, that was the first idea that I thought was really like workable, doable, and that's what I went with. And here's the first version of me testing this, and it's all manual what I do there. And there is no sound to hear because it doesn't actually play the note really. But the prototype kind of worked, but I already noticed that it would be really hard to like time the hitting, because the note will only play really if you hit it shortly, and after that let go. Because if you stay there for too long, it will just do nothing. It won't vibrate. It won't make a noise or a tone. Yeah. So that's where I thought, no, could be the wrong approach maybe, and the prototype I made for like doing these two motions through one axle, through an axle, is exactly what I made here. So I think it's this camera, yeah. I have like one motor that's doing the rotation part. So it's like turning the whole thing, and up over it there is like a head or something that can move up and down, and there is a motor attached to it that does this movement. Yeah. So that was the idea to like implement this motion. But the problem with it is like it snaps always to one position. Like with the rubber bands, it wants to go to one position always. And the problem there is that I already noticed was like this can't really work, because I want the main position to be horizontal, but I want also the force to hit the note. Like I have to pull it out of this position somehow, and I have to pull it on both ends somehow out of this position when I want to play a note. So I couldn't wrap my hand around it. I couldn't get it working. It's like it would either hit to the upside, so it would hit to the middle and wouldn't work in the end, or it wouldn't stay straight. So I couldn't really change notes without like playing all the notes, and so it wasn't really working. But yeah, what I did there, instead of changing the approach, was like first I tried to program it, but it's funny how it's driving around, just for no reason. But of course I stayed with this approach and tried to make it work for like 4 months or so, and iterated on it and make it somehow work. Turns out, no, I can't make it work. But yeah, that's life, I guess. So yeah, you see over here, that's the prototype I have here. I have shown you, and yeah. So finally, after this, I had the same feeling that Martin had with his video that he showed, but I felt double dumb because I have seen this video and I've seen the mistakes he did, and I felt like I've done exactly the same thing. So like I improved on the design without first thinking about how it should work, and that really hit hard. So after that, I rethought about how to pull this off, and what I thought was this mechanism. Basically, it's working really good. It's like it's snapping to a position. It can turn quite smoothly. I should use that mechanism, but I should like the upper half of the robo should be completely different. And yeah, that's when I tried to make it work with 2 mallets. Like I thought one mallet wouldn't be enough to like when I have to hit a note on the one side of the robot, it wouldn't be fast enough to go to the other side. Like in an eighth of a note or something, would be way too slow. So I needed 2 mallets somehow. And yeah, that's when I tried to cram 2 of these mechanisms into one block. And yeah, because another goal I already had in my mind was I wanted to have it in the glass that is standing out there. I had the glass first, so that's how you do stuff, of course. Yeah, so that's how this thing developed. I've tried to cram it more and more and more until it fitted into the glass. And finally, then this came out of it. Yeah, so I had the mechanics all figured out, but now the programming started, and it was honestly a mess. because the Lego Mindstorms robots that I'm using, they are not supported anymore by Lego. So you have no real software support for them. You have the IDE that Lego developed, but that's all just like GUIs, like a very visual approach for children. Like you put blocks onto the screen and program them this way, and that would be like a total chaos to do something a little bigger project. You would just scroll everywhere and wouldn't see the whole thing. And as I'm a software developer as a job, I really wanted to like code, just text. And so that's where I had to do all this stuff, because there is an open source project that some people developed like 2012 and didn't maintain thereafter, but it's working. You can code in it, and but it's only running on Windows 7. So I had to boot a virtual machine to get it working, but it works. It works so good, in fact, that I could finally get it to work. You see it here, like doing its calibration thing, where they go against each other to know where the 0 point is, and then I could finally hit each note perfectly, and yeah, it worked. That was the breakthrough for me. Like, this approach finally worked. I tried some others before that I don't want to dive deeper into it. I'd also tried Arduino and stuff, but it didn't work. And yeah, so now was the time to finally get a song working. Thing is, with two mallets, they are blocking each other. So I can't just take, like, I don't know, any MIDI file from the internet, put it on this thing, and it works. It would just collide with itself. So I had to come up with a way to make some route planning or route improvements, routing, and that's why I made this kind of helper clock to remember which node is where currently. And yeah, I used MuseScore the MuseScore software to get the MIDI files, rearrange them to fit in the 16 notes that it can play, and yeah, get the notes, because I'm not really fluently reading these. By the way, I also have no musical background or anything. It's just somehow getting it work. Yeah, and then the programming side is also a bit of a mess to get it work. I kind of invented my own music notation in C to get it working. It's like every song is like an array that has every line has 3 instructions for the robot to do. The first one is the note that it should go to. So with either arm, it has to go to this note. After that, it reads should it hit or should it not hit? Sometimes I want it to go somewhere just to get out of the way of the other arm. So there are sometimes just movements that aren't really playing anything. And after that, there is the pause, how long it should wait for the next statement to run. And because I'm not really caring about how long a note is and how long a pause is, I only care about how long it is from one hit to the other, because there is no dampening or anything, so it's just hitting and off it goes. And yeah, and in the top right you can see the angles that are hard-coded where each note is. So that's also a little pain in the ass, because after I transported it here, it got distorted in the suitcase. So the left mallet was always hitting to the left of all the notes. And that was yesterday evening to correct for that. But it works today. It works today. Yeah, and that's how it got to finally play a melody. As you can also listen in the room over there, or when you're at home, you can go to my website. It will be at the end of the presentation. There is a video of it playing every song that I've programmed it to play. Yeah, and now the thing where to go from here. It will be, at first it will be like it is right now on other exhibitions. It's like on our own exhibition from our club in Berlin. We have the Berliner Steinewahn. If you're in Berlin, feel free to come. And also it will be in Dresden at the Spielraummesse and also doing its thing there just like it does here. Maybe with a few more songs, we'll see. But I have some other ideas for it. I don't really know yet which route I'm going, but one idea is to add another melody onto it, because there are some songs that it is just not capable of playing because they are switching too fast between the notes. So it would be good to like split up the work and get another mallet helping. And so yeah, I have this motor design. Yeah, by the way, the Lego motors are also really awkwardly formed, so you have to really plan how to place them in the space you have. So I came up with this design, and maybe this will be the base for the next robot, but I don't know yet. The other thing, I have more Technic stuff from Lego lying around at home. So there are these Lego Spybotics, they were called. Lego had them for like 1 or 2 years, and then they saw that they flopped on the market. So you get them really cheap on eBay and stuff. And yeah, I have a lot of them at home and would like to do something with it. They sound a bit like a Game Boy, so like a little bit of 8-bit music would be nice, maybe to accompany the Glockenspiel. But of course, the elephant in the room is the programming of this thing. It's really hard. I like the slide I have with all the coding. That's what I do for every song. So I write every song manually down, each note, each movement. And I really want to get there that I just have a MIDI file that I pre-prepared in some notation program, whatever program it is, and dump this file somewhere, and the robot can play it. But yeah, there are 3 question marks in the middle because I don't know how. I have no idea yet. The NXT has a Bluetooth connection, Bluetooth interface. That might be a way to get the data in there. Or I have to like, yeah, pretend there is some sensor so that I can put it in the via wire into the robot. But yet I don't know how to pull that off. But yeah, that's the big challenge. And yeah, that was the journey of it, getting where it is right now, maybe where it's headed. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them here, ask them in the chat. I think I can see the chat here. And yeah, thanks a lot for listening. Yeah?
Test. Oh, okay. The way you code the songs
Yeah.
currently, is it capable of polyphony?
Of what, sorry?
Polyphony, when it plays several notes at once.
It can play like 2 notes at once. It has 2 melodies, so it can do that. There was like this, one moment. On this side, yeah, you can see I had this, like I can tell it to not hit a note, but I can also tell it to hit both notes. So it can play 2 notes at once. And yeah, that's it. More melodies aren't there. Yeah?
Would there be a way for a third one, maybe to put it on a higher level so you don't have to worry about getting them out of the way?
Yeah. I thought a lot about like having them all in the same axis somehow. That would be perfect, but I can't get all the movements to the mallets through one axle. It's like, it would like break any axle somehow, somewhen. It would be perfect if you could pull it off. I thought about placing the third mallet in the middle between the 2, but higher up. That would be a way. Also, I don't yet know how to place the motors beneath, but that on the top that would work. And yeah, but yeah, currently it's just all ideas, headspace. I don't know yet. But yeah. Yeah?
Have you thought about writing two melodies in two different instruments in MuseScore so you can export the MIDI file for two melodies at once?
Yeah, that would be the way to go, and that's what I hope for, to get somehow working sometime in the future with the MIDI files. The minor thing that's bugging me with this, I can't really tell it to go out of the way, like, you know, like going somewhere without hitting.
Yes.
It could be like a second voice or something, but it would really be very fiddly to get it into musical notations. So such a technical detail, like that's normally not what notes are for. But yeah.
Maybe with velocity, MIDI can transmit velocity information.
Okay.
So how hard the note is hit, for example.
Yeah. It's 0. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe with that.
Sounds nice. Yeah. I haven't also checked deeper with what MIDI actually can do and stuff. It's just like an idea in my head, like you should be able to get a MIDI file somehow working, but I haven't really checked how to do that yet.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, that's a nice idea. Thanks. Yeah. Other questions? Or in the chat? I haven't looked at the chat. No, nothing in the chat I can see right now. Yeah, then. Thank you for listening.
Welcome everybody. So please have a warm welcome for Nadja performing on her lyre some medieval songs.
Actually, the program says performance of medieval songs, but and I indeed plan to sing them to you. But I want to explain also a bit. I'm not sure now. We have some kind of very strange. Do you hear me? Yeah, it's better. Yeah. Okay. So and also the whole thing will be a bit improvised because I was first just for half an hour, and now I have to make it longer, which is fine, but which was not prepared. Anyway, so. I plan to sing 4 songs of 3 composers, and these 3 composers are all female medieval composers. And the songs themselves are the oldest known songs where the authorship was of a female. Of course, musical notation is much older. It's actually during the Babylonian times they had music notation, and the old Egypts had some kind of notation. But unfortunately, up to now, people are not really able to decipher the notation. It's the information giving on charts and so on is not enough to recover the songs. And so the oldest songs are about 200 before BC, where the notation can be recovered and replayed, and the information there is pretty thorough. The rhythm is not notated. But one can recover the rhythm by the words. For example, if it's a song. And I'm coming back to that later. And my motivation to make this choice for these old songs is because I found it very interesting that there is these very old examples of musical notation, like 200 before Christ, and the oldest examples of female compositions are over 1,000 years later. And the reason is, of course, because musical notation was very expensive, and authorship was also another thing. And how is this connected to this whole event here? I think in this event there is a lot thought going into also musical notation. You might not see it in this way, but I think it is going in this direction because, for example, there are a lot of discussions about the programming wheel of the marble machine. Maybe you have followed this discussion, I don't know. Also there were some actually, Martin was also presenting one video where he showed the piano roll of Joseph Haydn. I don't know who saw the video. And I found it interesting that he was saying, oh, this is probably the first recording ever. And I found this view very interesting. I think it's totally valid to put it this way, but I think it's more, a piano roll for me is more a kind of putting down musical notation, because you put the music into some kind of code. So it's an interesting thing. And so this is why it's also, a question of social interaction, and I want to highlight this a bit with this talk and the songs from these women composers. And the music was not only the musical notation was not only very expensive in some sense. Yeah, you needed to have some writers who were able to code in some sense. But there was also this thing that you needed some kind of support. First for paying, of course, the people who do the music, but also for being an author. Without support, everything was very, very difficult. And in fact, most of the music that was written in the Middle Ages is somehow related to some kind of group which wanted to put forth its agenda. So, for example, the troubadour. I don't know how much know about this kind of style or historical thing in the Middle Ages. The troubadour were people who were singing songs mostly to nobility and about nobility. These kind of songs were mostly love songs, actually, but love in a more transcendental way. So it's sexual love was not so important there. It was more this kind of like transcendental courtly. It's called courtly love, and almost to an extent that you might call it praising. It was kind of praising. So this was the group of noble people in Europe who sort of made this music, and in some sense they were having fun with it, but they also put forth some kind of agenda. Likewise, on the church side, so which was, by the way, also quite dominated by the nobles, but different kind of nobles, and they were sometimes in competition. And on the church side, there were also a lot of praising. So a lot of the music which was written at this time was about praising some priest or some saint. So yeah, this was a very important thing. And if you did this, if you, so to say, spoke for a community, then you were supported and you could be an author or not. If you were outside of a community, for example, like the minstrels, or they are called clerici vagantes, the vagants. The vagantes were, so to say, poor academic postdocs zooming around Europe for jobs. It's really true. They had in the Middle Ages, the first universities came up. They educated a lot of people, and these people were then going from church to the monastery to next church and looking for jobs, teaching jobs, going to some village school and whatever. So they were highly educated, but sort of precarious. And of course, they were highly critical also of the clerus, who was having a safe job. And so they wrote a lot of critical songs, and I can only recommend to you to read the Carmina Burana. I don't know who knows this. Maybe there's also a music form by, for example, by Karl Orff, or some other bands, actually Corvus Corax, maybe some know them, a middle-aged band, they have also some performance. So there are some bands and composers who put this into music. So yeah, this Vagantes were a clerical underclass, and for that reason, they didn't put their names on the songs. Authorship was highly critical in this point. So, and this explains a bit also why this authorship of female authors was so much delayed, I think. Okay, but not only verses and text was a problem, actually. Many of you maybe know about this, but in the 14th century, a new kind of type of music appeared, the Ars Nova. It was a polyphony, and it was to be played in churches. There were highly difficult compositions made for this. Guillaume de Machaut, maybe you know some of them. And already this was a problem. It was really the case that popes, it was John the 22nd, wrote a decree where he was forbidding to perform this polyphonic music in churches. And I'll read you what he wrote in his decree, what the reason was. He cites Boëthius. Boëthius was some philosopher, a Roman actually. And now I cite from the decree. Boëthius himself certainly has not spoken in vain. A lascivious mind takes pleasure in the more lascivious modes, or is often softened and moved upon hearing them. So this was his reason why he was forbidding this polyphonic music. And yeah, so quite interesting. Under punishment, you were not allowed to perform this. Later on, of course, they put this in. Okay, so, but then let's start with the compositions. And I'm going back in time, so I start with the youngest, in quotation marks, Beatrice de Dia. Beatrice was born in Dia, that's a city in the south of France. That's why she's called Beatrice de Dia. And she was a female troubadour. So I already told you about the troubadours. They were writing love songs, courtly love songs, and I'm going to read to you the text in English so that you can understand also the kind of thinking of this time and what this is about. And yes, this is actually probably as far as I know, the oldest secular music of a female composer. Unfortunately, only for one of her songs, the music notation was kept or found, but at least it is one of these her songs survived. The other songs are also there, still the text is there. I also should say, if I say songs now, and I'm always speaking about the musical notation, because of course there are works, verses and songs without music, which are much older. Most famous is, of course, Sappho from 500 or something before Christ. Okay, so the oldest secular music, and Beatrice de Dia is now, jetzt brauchen wir die Bilder ganz kurz. Beatrice de Dia, there's not much known about her, the first one. It's not much known about her. The red text you see about above the woman there, this is her CV. And I tell you what's written there, because it's written in Occitan. Occitan is a language which is actually still spoken in southern France. It's something between French and Spanish, Pyrenees, something. Okay, and the song is also in Occitan. And the whole one should also say that in the medieval France, the whole southern France was quite different from the northern part. So they had really quite a different culture there. Also, there were so-called Christian sects, you say sometimes, but you could say also Christian movements, like the so-called Cathars. The Cathars were, one could see them as a kind of like precursor to Protestantism. They were not in favor of pictures. They were not taking taxes from the farmers, which was, of course, the biggest problem, because the northern churches, they always took a lot of tax. And they were partially supported by the southern France nobility. And this was, of course, a big problem for the northern parts. Okay, so, and this is now Beatrice, and her CV says, the Countess of Dier, a good and beautiful dame, was the wife of Seigneur Wilhelm of Poitiers. She fell in love with Seigneur Rambaud d'Orenga, and she made a lot of nice songs for him. So just imagine, this is your CV, oh my God. Okay, so let's go. I'm first reading to you the song text. I must sing of what I do not want. I'm so angry with the one whom I love, because I love him more than anything. Mercy nor courtesy moves him, neither does my beauty or my worthiness, nor my good sense. For I am deceived and betrayed, as much as I should be if I were ugly. I take comfort because I never did anything wrong, friend, towards you in anything. Rather, I love you more than Seguin did Valenza. And I'm greatly pleased that I conquered you in love, my friend, because you are the most worthy. You are arrogant to me in words and appearance, and yet you are so friendly towards everyone else. I wonder at how you have become so proud, friend, towards me, and I have reason to lament. It is not right that another love take you away from me, no matter what is said or granted to you. And remember how it was in the beginning of our love. May Lord God never wish that it was my fault for our separation. The great prowess that dwells in you and your noble worth retain me, for I do not know of any woman far or near who, if she wants to love, would not incline to you. But you, friend, have such understanding that you can tell the best. And I remind you of our sharing. My worth and my nobility should help me, my beauty and my fine heart. Therefore, I sent this song down to you so that it would be my messenger. I want to know, my fair and noble friend, why you are so cruel and savage to me. I don't know if it's arrogance or ill will. But I especially want you, messenger, to tell him that many people suffer for having too much pride. Okay, so this is the nobility, spending their time. And this next picture, please. This is Beatrice. So I'm going to sing this song, and then I say a little bit more about the politics, and we come to the next composer. So, let's see. Do you hear this? There was no microphone stand, unfortunately. Do you hear this? Okay. I'm not sure how this... Oh, do you hear me on my voice now? And it's maybe not so... Okay. Santa merda, so che io non vorria. Sorry, I have my stand. Sorry. Santa merda, so che io non vorria. Non m'era ancora da lui. Okay. So it was very long, but yeah, it was of course supposed to carry a message over. And yeah, if you, I hope you got the message. So it was supposed to be sung by a messenger to someone else. Okay, so and in fact, I already talked to you about the politics at this time. In fact, the Catars I was talking about were, yeah, they were persecuted. They were actually killed, and later on by the Northern Church, you can say. I don't know whether you know this, but there was a crusade within Europe also, not only to Jerusalem, but also there were crusades in Europe, and one was to kill the Catars. And this next image shows how the Catars were thrown out of Carcassonne, and really hundreds of thousands were killed. So this was a real massacre, and it was led actually by Cistercian monks. And now I'm coming to the Cistercian monks. And put on the next composer, which is Hildegard von Bingen. And this is also a connection to this event here, because Hildegard, as probably you couldn't have missed this, Hildegard is a local hero here. She was born to a noble family already in the 11th century. So she was born in 1098 in a close nearby. And she was the youngest child, so she was dedicated to the church. And she went, when she was 8 years old, she went into a monastery. She was put into a monastery. And actually, together with two other older girls, she was put into an kind of enclosure. It's called enclosure. So this was the monastery she was going to be put was a male monastery, and they had some kind of like little section, an enclosure, where the girls were put. And then she grew up basically there. While she was getting older, the section grew into a kind of monastery, a female monastery. So at the age of 14, she became a nun. She did her profess. And at the age of about 38, she was magistra. This is a kind of like almost abbess. Yeah, it was an enclosure which was big, getting big enough, and so she became a kind of abbess there. But she wanted to have her own monastery, and this was she was clashing with the monks in this monastery, and in fact with the biggest monk, Kuno von Disibodenberg, and. So yeah, she was getting very sick because of that, and she had already, as a young woman, had already some kind of like visions. She is always calling this visions, but some people think she had migraine or maybe hallucinating because of taking some herbs, whatever. And she then, after she had been very sick, she decided to write down her visions. And next image. This is Hildegard, how she depicted herself and how she got the visions. Next to her is a monk. It's Vollmar, monk Vollmar. And he was helping her to write up everything. And yes, so this is how she's puts herself. She writes also about herself that at the age of 42, I had these visions. And she had these visions, and she wanted also to say that these came from God. So these visions came from God. And this was, of course, quite a thing. Yeah, you couldn't just say visions. I'm sort of say infused by God, and so there was big discussions, and of course this was also highly dangerous back at these times because there was Inquisition and all, and so this in the end this was put really in front of the Pope. This whole story, and the Pope, but she was lucky, the Pope, Eugenius III, he decided that she was able to publish these visions. And okay, after that she had carte blanche, basically. She could do whatever she wanted, and then she really went off and founded her own monastery. I forgot to say, the reason why they wouldn't let her go was, of course, that she was attracting a lot of young women to the female part, and noble young women. She was insisting on nobility there, and these young women brought their dowry with them. So, and this was, of course, an income source the monks wouldn't like to let go. Okay, and then she founded a monastery. It's Rupertsberg. It's on the other side of the Rhine. It's at the Nahe. Yeah, there's still there's not. There are almost no remnants. And this other monastery, by the way, where she was before, for the monks, this is also on the other side of the Rhine. You can go there. There are still some ruins. And then afterwards, she also founded a new monastery, which was not only for nobles but for all, here in Rüdesheim. It's up the hill. It's maybe you heard about it. It's it's a monastery. It's still in live monastery. There are real nuns there. It's Benedictine order. Yeah, this is the original follower of Hildegard's monastery. So she was very important for this whole area in this sense, but not only in a church sense, but she was very interested in giving a kind of higher education to the girls, and so she also communicated with a lot of people in the church, nearer church context, one could say, and in particular also with Bernard de Clairvaux. He was a Cistercienser who brought this whole Cistercian movement to a rather big movement, and he was also supportive then of her. And but I think she had also some other connections, and then maybe in the next image, yeah, what you see here is from this very strange publication, the Scivias. It's a kind of Genesis story. So she is retelling the Genesis, just a little bit different than it's in the Bible. And actually this here is supposed to be the cosmos, our universe. In the middle you see a sand ball with a mountain, and then around it is water and earth and fire. And this image is actually pretty much the same image that was given by Plato, the Greek philosopher, around 350 to 425 to 350 before Christ. It's written in the Timaeus. There, the world is described as a creature in form of a rotating globe, which contains the four elements: fire, air, water, and earth. So maybe next image. This is, yeah. This is from a later book. It's from the Liber Divinorum Operum, and next. And here you see maybe how she depicted the creature of a rotating globe. So I saw these pictures and I thought, oh my God, this is like Plato, and tried to find a connection where she might have gotten these ideas. And in fact, she was probably in contact, in some kind of contact, with the school of Chartres, who was very in favor of Plato, and likewise the later school in Paris, the school of Notre Dame, with and Peter Abelard, maybe you know him. He was also in favor. He was in Paris, and he was also quite in favor of Plato. So, and this was a new school. This was very contested. In fact, Peter Abelard had a lot of troubles with the official church, actually also because he had an affair with a woman, also Eloise, who was very sort of, doing her own thing. So, it was more a kind of like community of people who were trying out new things, trying to understand what the old people wrote, and so on. Okay, so this is something of Hildegard you maybe have not heard yet. And actually, I also think maybe I say this. I don't know how much time I have left. Maybe not. Okay, there's some other things, but I will now sing a song by Hildegard, which I like a lot. She wrote a lot of praisings about some, other people, priests, and but this song is an abstract song. It's about wisdom, and it says, "O strength of wisdom, who circled, enclosing all, in one life-giving path, 3 wings you have, one soars to the heights, one distills its ascents upon the earth, and the third is everywhere. Praise to you as is fitting, O wisdom." So, Okay, so this is Hildegard. And now we go back in time even more to a Byzantine nun, Cassia. And Cassia was also very interesting. I don't know how much time I have because I had started at some time. How much? 15. Okay. Okay. So I go back to Cassia, and in time she was born in 810. And these songs are the oldest known compositions of a female composer. And she was also very similar in some sense to to Hildegard, because she came also from nobility and became a nun. But her life was a little bit different because she was first thought to be married to the Byzantine emperor Theophilus. But yeah, and there is an anecdote to this, which is written up by 3 different archival historians, so it's probably true. And the story goes as follows. So Cassia was very beautiful, and she was chosen to be a bride. And so Theophilus, the young Theophilus, had a bridal show in 826 in Constantinople. And the young women were lined up in a circle, and he was going around in the circle, looking at every woman, trying to find the nicest and most beautiful woman. And then he stopped in front of Cassia, and then, sort of in order to provoke her, he said a lot of bad things came from women. And yeah, she didn't keep silent. She said, but a lot of good things also came from women. Of course, he was referring to the bad, the Eve and the sin, and she was referring to Mary and Jesus. And in order to make you acquainted with her wit for forming also words, she wrote songs and in fact text. A text was very important for her. She used the text also for displaying rhythm. And so he said, apparently, ekenekos tachero, and she answered, chek ekenekos takrito, in Greek. So you see, it rhymes. It was perfect. But apparently this was a bit too impertinent for that time. Whatever, Theophilus went on and chose another woman. He chose Theodora. And so a lot of people think, okay, because of this thing, she went to become a nun and so on, but it's more probably the case that she was already beforehand more interested in a life in a monastery, because she had already a lot of contacts to monks in the so-called student monastery. So Theodore the student, he's quite well known among church people. He was, so to say, helping her also to found her own monastery and to also to keep her pieces which she had written in some kind of archive. The student monastery still sort of exists in Istanbul. It's somewhere, a parking place, something kind of thing. So it's, yeah, not much is left. But this Cassia then became very well known for her music, and in fact, a lot of her pieces made it even into the Orthodox liturgy. Yeah. So the second song I'm going to sing is part of the liturgy of the 8th of December. And and she is actually very interesting, the patron of the sex workers. So when she's doing her liturgy, when her song is in the liturgy, then a lot of, apparently, I don't know, I never saw this, but apparently a lot of sex workers come on this day to church. So yeah, this is what's talked about Kassier, I don't know. And yeah, the interesting part is that also this political side was back in this time, they had a similar conflict like the conflict with the Catars. There was the Theophilos was a so-called iconoclast. So he was forbidding images in monasteries. And he actually, although he wanted to marry originally her, did actually then punish her for not being an iconoclast and for making the case for images and icons in a church context. Yes, and she was scourged by a lash because of that. So, yeah, hard times. And in fact, when he died in 842, his young son changed the whole thing. So he was together with his mother, Theodora, then actually a rather fervent actor against these people. And for example, the so-called Paulicianer, who were also some kind of like precursor to Protestantism, and who were also in some sense similar to Muslims, because you can see Muslims as a kind of Abrahamic branch. And the Paulicianer were another branch, and they were also against pictures and make a more modest life and these kind of things. And Theodora was also persecuting these people really violently, and that's Kassier. And the next picture, this is the persecution of the Paulicianers, so hard times. And maybe back, ein zurück, hallo? Ein zurück, ja. Nee, ein zurück, yeah. So, yeah, okay. So now you know a little bit about the context of Kassier, and I'm now singing a song. I don't bring the text, but it's basically telling the story of Pelagia, who was a sex worker, and she went one day to Holy Mass, and after the Holy Mass she was convinced she has to quit her job, and she became a monk. Yes, a monk. She, that is, she dressed up as a man in Jerusalem and was a monk then. Very strange story, but it's so. Okay, so I'm singing this. Do you hear this? Oh, because I don't hear it. Huh? Okay. Here, something. Because it's, yeah, okay, sorry. feedback. Yeah, that is the sign. Okay, and the last song, and then we are done. I only sing the first part. This is part of the Orthodox liturgy. Okay, thank you. You're welcome to ask questions. I don't know whether I can answer them, but if also after the concert. Okay. Thank you for coming and keeping so much patience.
We're just gonna get this mic sorted.
I was gonna ask you, how is the music notation for, like, how did you take the music notation from that time and you move it to right now? How does that work? How does that work?
So I didn't do it. I was already taking musical notations from others who did the work for me, so to say. But the Greek, I know that for the Greek system, there a lot of people, a lot of the Greeks wrote themselves about the system and why they chose this system. And there were highly musical theoretical texts. Actually, it was that Cassia is, I think she is seen as in charge for the Mixolydian scale. So if you know a bit music theory, she's supposed to. I mean, you can't invent it because it's just a scale, but she was, so to say, bringing this forward or discovering it. Let's put it this way. Yeah, that's what she's known for, actually. So the old Greeks wrote a lot about the scales, and so you can somehow, you understand this. And the rhythm, I found the rhythm that actually I did this myself, and I found, for example, this Piers Pelagia. If you look at the words, it's almost pressing to choose a certain rhythm because it makes no other sense. It sounds strange if you have if you stress a word. If you say Pelagia, then you can't choose it in a different way. So actually, I think really that the words were very important to transfer the information of rhythm. Yeah, that's I fear everything I can say. Of course, this transcribing the music is not so easy, but for the Greek literature, it's very well understood. They actually wrote the notation over the text, so actually they found an old papyrus just lately, and the historians didn't know what the strange marks were until someone came and told them, well, this is musical notation. So yeah, it's not so well known, but yeah.
The ambition was to have the testing being done during the weekend, but feel that's gonna be done.
I should have brought you a beer to go.
Yeah. So what do you want to know about my machine here? Got any questions?
How big is the fine machine?
How big the what?
The fine machine. How big?
The fine bushing?
The full machine, how big is it going to be?
The full machine?
Yeah.
Haven't decided yet. It's whatever I feel like that day. Whatever I need it to be. I'm going to make it, okay?
Okay.
Are you going to paint a king on your sides? Maybe.
Yes, of course. Of course.
When will the tour with SMMK be?
What?
When will the tour with SMMK be?
When the tour will be?
2030.
I would take it now. How hard can it be? Right?
Without effort.
So yeah, thank you so much for coming to my presentation. Wishing you all the best. Should I do some trainer stuff now? I've eaten 2 sugary cookies before. I'm not the best self now. You're catching me in the wrong angle. No. At least my watch tells me that I'm doing good. Thank you.
You're the entertainment person, you're alive. Yeah, for real, we have no content, so.
Yeah, and it's your channel I'm like destroying right now.
If you want, we can put it on.
Yeah, we missed Harvest 2000.
Me too. It was a much simpler time, but I didn't have to move around as much as sitting here. Just reading chat, saying funny things. Now I have to actually lift stuff like this. It's heavy.
People on Discord notice the difference between the legs of your table and Martin's table.
The difference between
the legs of your table are more beautiful than the legs of the table of Martin.
Yeah, and my actual legs
Yeah.
as well. More beautiful than
I
Martin.
didn't want to go there.
Yeah, but I always go. Okay, so we turn into a Q&A.
So you on the first episode of Backtrack.
Oh yeah, the sad one-person episode. When I'm all out of steam, I only go no sugar right now. No.
Do you need sugar?
What?
Sugar.
I don't need more sugar.
Oh, do you need coffee?
Yes, all of it.
Was that even a question?
But yeah, if you can get it, I would be eternally grateful. Wow. Now the people started coming here. What have I done? I give that to him.
Should we raise our hand?
Yeah.
Yes. When did you get involved?
When I got involved?
Yeah.
I would say, like
a year before we released the music video for the first machine. We met like 2 years prior, I think.
Hello. Hi. I can hear myself. Wow. Fox, I'm gonna pull the fader up so you see volume on your screen. Just don't put it on the speakers yet. I'm pulling it up. This is normal volume. Please just trust me with that. That's how it works. The sound tech always have to trust the DJs. And then the DJs fuck it up. See? Already fucks it up. Okay, so I'm LJ. That's Andras. We are, yeah, I don't hear you. Is your microphone on? It's not? We are DJs and became quite big through streaming on Twitch.
It works now.
It works. One round of applause. The DJ managed to turn the microphone on. And that's why we need sound techs.
Yeah, usually it's not our job to speak, it's our job to play music. So for anyone who have missed, we are starting your first DJ lesson. If you want to take a closer look, feel free to gather around the table. We have made some space. If there is not enough space, then feel free to move the chairs to the side. There is enough space for everyone, I think. And we are also waiting for the camera guys for a bit, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, we can talk about the basics of DJing. Andres, what is DJing? What does a DJ do besides pressing buttons?
Well, as the name suggests, we are disc jockeys. Back in the old days when people were playing vinyl records or CDs, they were actually jockeying the discs. And that's where the name comes from, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, what's the job of a DJ besides pressing play on the player and then pretending to move around
to do
things?
A job of a DJ is to watch the crowd, watch you guys, watch everyone. Make sure that they have a great time. Because if you see that someone's not enjoying themselves or more people are not enjoying themselves, then you want to change your style up and do something that the crowd will like. You're not there to play your own songs, you're there to make a good party. And that's what matters, the energy, the party, not...
So if I'm bored at a club, it's your fault.
Yeah.
Basically. Or I'm just at the wrong venue, but most people don't realize that.
We're still waiting on camera, guys.
Are we?
Yeah, we're waiting.
Oh yeah, we're waiting for that camera to be pointed at that.
Not just that. We also need a camera for streams, so...
Yeah.
I'm just making up time for them.
Making up time for them. By the way, Fox, is the volume dialed in? Okay, that means I can pull it down. Just so that I have full control over the fader.
Yeah. Okay, now that we have a camera, we should have it up on the screen for those who are too afraid of the DJ desk and don't want to come here.
Okay, so I'm gonna look at the camera then.
So, what you see in front of you is a DJ controller. A DJ controller consists of everything a big DJ setup should have. For example, you see these two spinny things. These used to be in the record player days, the turntables. And you see these are not spinning, these are not playing music right now, this one is, but let's not talk about that for now. You control the music with this, the speed of it. You can speed it up or slow it down, depends on which direction you pull it. It's the same as if you had a record on the turntable and you would make it spin faster or put your hand in it and make it slower. You have the mixer in the middle. That is where the sound comes in from both decks. We call these players decks, whatever suits you. Here you have a bunch of knobs and bunch of sliders. Usually these two just adjust the volume. Then you have these 3 or 2 that adjust various parts of the music. For example, the lows, the mids, and the highs. You see one here on the top, that's a gray. That's to set the volume of the music also, because you don't really care about what's the max volume with these ones. You set the actual level here, and with these you just mix them in and take them out. That's not how you operate a really big mixing desk. That is how you operate a DJ desk. If you operate a big mixing desk like that, people will start shouting at you. Don't do that.
Speaking from experience, I guess.
No. Yeah, so those are the basics. This is a modern mixer layout. I have a really special mixer for you. I'm really sorry, LJ, but I need to put it on the thing.
I was about
I will just
put it down. Yeah, just chuck it on there.
One of our lovely volunteers, Ellie, who you might find around the marble machine,
go to the left.
Have restored this lovely mixer. This is a mixer, I think, from the 80s. Good thing I was a camera operator as well. So these are basically how early DJ mixers looked. You still have your channels where your decks come in, but as you can see, you have 2 separate faders for it. These are lovely 3D printed Wilson faders. Maybe we can get a close-up on that. That was lovely. So Ellie really went all out on this picture. It's so cute. So you still have your channels for different turntables or tape players that you might play music from, but you lose your EQ because back then you had to pay much more attention to playing music actually, because there was the players were a lot more finicky, so you didn't have that much time for effects and other stuff. You still have your level meters, you have your microphones here, and this thing is a graphical equalizer that you might use to make the sound better if you are at a venue where the sound isn't really that optimal. And that's basically it. You can change, oh, good thing I noticed that. You have headphones on these mixers, so you're not necessarily listening to the same thing as the crowd is listening to. You want to hear what you are about to play as well, maybe to see if it fits the current track or not, or maybe make sure that it's in time before you start mixing it in. For these parts you have a selector on which channel you want to listen to, and you have a volume control for your headphones so you don't blast your ears or you actually hear anything. Anything to add to that, LJ? Oh my god.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Don't say that on stream, maybe. That was my mic back.
The only thing I would like to add to this is this cute cat on these knobs.
That cute cat is courtesy of Ellie.
Yes, that's very amazing.
Yes, that's amazing.
Cat. Yeah, besides that, I totally agree. Just the fact that we have 2 faders for each channel, I would like to add that because back in the day, this was like just one, it's analog, so we have to have one for the left channel and one for the right ear because stereo is a thing. You don't want to listen in mono, do you?
No.
No.
No,
Yeah.
but you will now.
But you will know, so
you,
have
you
fun.
You will listen in mono soon. So, back to our modern mixer. Anybody wants to try it out? I will help you walk. I will help and walk you through it. Maybe stand on this side, please, so we don't block the camera, and the others can see as well. So, how do you think you start the music? Yeah, but we still have no. Oh, someone knows what they're doing. Someone knows what they're doing. and also found the master knob. Someone has already DJ'd before, I think, no?
Just a little bit.
That just a little bit.
Yeah. So, then maybe you can show some stuff to the others, if you want, of course.
Well, I've never worked with these type of. I don't know how this on a laptop works, but.
Here,
Let's just grab the next track. That would be the easiest. Let's see. It's even with the same BPM.
Then we say.
Load it in. There we go.
Yeah.
Now we have the same.
If you want me to hold the mic,
track
while you
load
do
it in.
So what you want to do is cue up the first beat, for example. If you want to mix something in. Yeah. So you have the first beat queued up, you hear it playing, and when you feel like you're ready, you're just gonna drop it in. Yep, and now it's playing. The way that this one is set up right now is that if you touch the top, it's gonna stop the track, so be wary of that. And that is a really good transition. And we're already in the next track, so this is what a DJ does. And also pay attention to the crowd. We also use loops, as you can see. You can just grab parts of the song that you want to be repeated, and you can play with that using the features on the decks. Thank you very much. Anyone else wants to go?
Yes, let's go. Let's do the same tradition again, shall we?
Yeah.
It's a competition now. Let's see how good you are. I'm gonna pull back. That was not my goal. I'm gonna pull back both of these tracks to their beginning, just so that you have both tracks. We can loop the track again, as it was before. It was looped, but if you want to have a go at it, because we have a long intro, just have fun. So, you also DJ? You've never DJed before? Okay. So this button starts the track, and when you let go of the button, it jumps back.
Yeah.
And this button basically just starts the track.
Yeah.
And if you want to go back to the point that I set with this button, you just press this.
Okay.
So therefore, what he just showed is tapping this one in, so you get a feel for the beat, and then on the point where you want to set it, hit the green button.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Okay. Sounds rather bad.
So you feel the beat?
Yeah.
And then you just tap it. Yeah. And then you see the red line here. Yes, exactly. Now
Very
you see
nice.
that it's a bit off.
Yeah.
Therefore you speed this up. Just a bit. Oh, yeah. No, that's the thing. We have this in vinyl mode, which means if you have an original vinyl player, what happens when you touch on the top?
It stops.
It stops the record.
And also, what happens if you touch it?
Nothing. He's a DJ. He just scratched. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Okay, we're gonna do that again. But now you know. On top equals stopping the track.
Okay.
On the side, you speed it up and slow it down.
Oh, okay.
So you can tap in the beat again. Yes, and now you see this one is a bit behind. So you gotta, speed it up. And now you see it's about on top. So you can start pulling this up.
Normally you wouldn't be relying on the screen. You would be listening in your ears with the headphones while the track is still not on the air.
Yes, you can pull this up. Yes, exactly. You just did your first transition.
Thank you.
So, this is like the beginner level. We have the same BPM, we have tracks that are mostly the same structure. This is both house tracks. House tracks are pretty easy to mix because they have long intros usually, and then they have some kind of ear candy that comes after that, so you have time to actually make the transition. The next step would be different BPM.
Yeah, matching the beats.
Matching the beats.
Yeah, it's a bit harder to do. Not impossible, but it's harder to do. So I'm gonna grab something faster for the second track, and I'm also gonna plug in my headphones because that makes it a tad bit easier. I could just cheat and look at it, but so what you wanna do is you have your track playing. Or not. You need to be friends with the sound, guys, you know. It's not gonna work otherwise. So what I hear in my ears now is the other track. What I would hear now is this. You hear it, it's not that good. It's not in time. So what you do is, if you want to do it as a beginner, you match the beats. It's really hard to match the beats by ear. I still need to practice that. Even for me, who has been doing this as a hobby for 10 years, technology makes you lazy, and I'm a bit lazy. So you would match it. And now if you start playing it, we're still out of beat. That is because I didn't press it at the right moment. We're also gonna just scroll somewhere where we have a beat. And if you start it at the right moment, you basically don't need to beat match. They sound the same. You can swap them out. Same tempo, everything. But you almost never start it at the right moment because you're paying attention to other things. So let's say I started half beat later. Now what I can do is just touch the side of the platter and get it in beat. And we're in beat. Anyone wants to try this? Starting it off beat. Anyone want to give it a try? It's more fun. It's more rewarding. I need to stop moving. Okay, if no one wants to try, we're gonna show you guys the big setup that we're gonna use later tonight and at the end of the other days to give you guys a party. But we'll need the camera guys again. I'm really sorry, camera team.
Video!
You will need to move your camera again. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that, we're going to just start turning things on.
Yes.
We'll also explain what you see here. As you can see, I'm a bit short. So for ergonomic reasons, I have a really special I have a really special equipment that I have with me so that I can actually see you guys and use everything.
I was just going to use my house library. I mean, we have used the same 2 tracks now, so might as well just use them again. Oh, there's nothing on this channel anyways. So.
Okay, we have a camera now. We had a camera. The biggest difference between this and that one is that here you have separate instruments. For example, this is our player. You're looking at the other player.
That player, can we get that one?
Yeah. So these are not built together. This is a separate player on its own. It basically, it has just regular RC outputs, and you can plug them into any amplifier, and it would just play music fine for you. You can use it in your home stereo system if you still have one. And the mixer is the same. It's just in the middle, and way more heavier than that little thing. And we also have 2 special things. This is an FX processor, which basically takes audio from the mixer, and you can apply effects like echo, reverb, and stuff like that to it. And on the right, we have something that we will not demonstrate today. That is a sampler. It's also taking audio from the mixer. You can use this knob for it to select which channel you want to send to it. And you can record parts of the song, and you can start remixing with it live. Changing the key, changing the notes, just playing parts of the song a bit more differently.
Yes, more differently. You can also load different sounds to it.
Something you already prepared.
If you're like playing something with, for example, a lot of like melodic elements like guitars or pianos, you can add drums to it by just loading the drum sounds onto this and then playing the drum sounds. For example, I don't know, do people here know Fred again? Someone who recently blew up as a producer, and he is only playing with samples on stage. So he basically only uses a grid of samples and then plays them by hand. It's basically an instrument, just this instrument can play every other instrument.
If you prepare enough.
If you prepare enough. And if you train enough, because
yeah,
it needs
really
a lot of training.
Okay, so the biggest difference, beside these being separate things, is that you've just seen us plug in pen drives, USBs. The music that we play on these is on just pen drives. You don't need a laptop for this. You might want one to prepare songs for the pen drives, because then it will be easier for you to mix. But there are many people who just dump MP3s to these pen drives, and then they don't have any smart functions of the players, just the speed adjustment. They are able to speed it up, slow it down, stop it, play it, and they just play it like you would play a CD player back in the day or a record player. We are, again, we're a bit lazy, and we prepare our tracks, which gives us waveforms on the screen as you would get on a laptop.
Yes.
So once you load the track, it's different on every platform, every player. There are 2 major players in the market right now, Denon and Pioneer. Each has its own advantage and disadvantage. Last year we went for Denon, this year we went for Pioneer. So it's always worth trying out something new, because you never know what you might miss. So here, if you load the track, it's basically the same. You still have your fader. Still plays a track. You still have your other deck.
One big key difference now, though, is you don't have the waveforms on top of each other.
Yeah. So matching by eyes is basically impossible. So you are really relying on your headphones if you have them, or on your rhythm, your inner rhythm.
Yes. Some people are actually quite good in finger drumming. They're cueing. So, for example, Jim, he is, while analyzing the crowd, just basically constantly tapping the cue button to prepare for the start of the track. And then when he needs to start the track, plays the track almost perfectly on time every time. And then when you pull the track in, you just do slight adjustments that almost no one would ever get, and you're a pro DJ now. Now you just need to get paid. Yes, just like that, but he actually also plays the track.
Yeah.
Okay, any more differences we can show? Want me to explain this thing?
Yes, please. I can't use this. I don't have one. This is LJ's.
Yes.
And I still need to learn this. So please teach me as well.
The main reason why I own this mixer is this device, because this mixer and this device talk perfectly to each other. And the main thing that this does is, as Andres told earlier, it adds effects like reverb and echo and delay. So, for example, I'm gonna select there we go, and I have this track playing at medium volume. So, some DJs will add effects like an echo just to make it like more interesting, which doesn't work because it's not turned on. Now it's turned on. Like an echo to make it more interesting. You can hear the echo is working, and that's the main thing that this effects unit does. But we have many, many more functions in these. We have an entire selection of effects on top and an entire selection of effects on the bottom. The top effects are usually to build tension, to make up for more energy. And someone has a question.
Aren't there like already effects on your mixer? Why would you want a separate effects processor?
So my main reason is I come from a DJ controller that for me made it possible to use 6 effects at the same time. And because I'm a techno DJ mainly, I play techno, I relied on effects a lot. It makes it possible for me to create a super interesting set over multiple minute transitions, just to make building tension easier. No, not really easier, but like more interesting. Instead of just mixing 2 tracks together, you build a completely new environment for your listener to be in. And therefore being restrained on this mixer to literally 1 effect at a time, or if you want to count these effects as well, then it's 2. Huh? Yeah, and the sound kind it's 2 effects. Maybe. I don't count these as effects. It's ear candy. We have 2 effects. With this one I can add just like on the big knob, one other effect. Then I have these, which can control either an EQ, which, let me jump back to the beginning here, go into loop mode, and play this. So we have the EQ mode on this, which basically can take out the same thing as this does. Take out bass, take out mids.
But it's a bigger knob, so it's better.
Yeah, it's a bigger knob, it's better. No, actually, some DJs like to use this EQ in a different mode than this EQ, which would be advanced. They work differently. Then we also have, for example, transition, which keeps like cutting out at a constant rate. I can't really hear anything. Can you plug in your headphones? Does it sound good? Does it do stuff?
Yeah, it does stuff.
It does stuff. So it's like constantly cutting out. So each of these does like a different thing. Then we again also have a sampler in here, which is this thing on the bottom right here, these 4 buttons. You could build an entire beat with this. Wait, sorry, there. Now we can build a beat. And so on. So this is literally just to add more functionality and even more effects to the already amazing DJM 900 Nexus 2 Pioneer, please pay me.
This is why people said that Martin should just build the machine out of a computer. It's much easier to do this than to actually build a machine.
Yes. So that's what this thing does. It just adds more functionality. So I can do this. I can even show this how it does.
Please do.
Much effect. Oh wait, I forgot that I turned that off. There. So I'm gonna use this effect on the mixer as a reverb, and the effect on this one is gonna be the echo.
There's a message that I'm sending out. I've got the answer to all your problems, and tonight I'll be singing it loud. Just surrender yourself to the rhythm. When your hands up in the sky.
So now we have an echo and a reverb at the same time.
That is a backspin.
And that makes you a DJ.
yeah. So basically, this is what a DJ does.
So a DJ doesn't just press button, a DJ actually does work.
DJ does press button, DJ press lock button.
But I also twist buttons and move buttons up and down.
Yes, you press.
And I did the wrong direction. Wrong order.
Yeah, so thank you very much for attending this workshop. If anyone has questions or wants to try out the little DJ controller, feel free to. We'll still here before the next performance or workshop. So thank you very much for coming. Also, if you have questions, just sign at me and I will get you a microphone.
Any questions? Anyone? Any takers?
Kind of drum computer? So you can make a whole sequence, a drum sequence, or
yes, I can actually make a drum sequence as well.
Okay. And can also you can also go into song mode that you have separate.
With this one, no, but that thing can do this.
Okay, great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? There are no stupid questions.
Yes.
No? Okay.
In that case, thank you very much.
La 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 la. It is very hard.
It's like we're playing dog. And it's like,
yeah, I remember that.
Oh.
I think that.
I'm like, you won't get it.
Martin next time with that, she'll been away for 17
7 years into a project, so I'm surprised anyone's not quite the same.
Beautiful.
I mean, I was just like that. If I had questions representing our lovely way
nicht ganz auf dem Niveau, aber ich gebe mir Mühe. Ja. Genau, ja. Okay, so you prefer English, can switch in between. Also ich bin seit 10 Jahren Film-Plan, der sehr lang ist, fertig. Und ich werde jetzt auch noch zu Ende machen. Also, genau, das ist auch ein bisschen ein Steampunk-Stil. Und dieses Studio, die hier dieses Kubo gemacht hat, haben jetzt zum Beispiel auch Foxtrotts gemacht. Und Coraline. Genau. Also die haben auch einen Stil, der auch in diese Richtung geht, so dieses retro-düstere, so ein bisschen Gothic. Und das inspiriert mich dann auch sehr. Aber ich finde es fast schade, weil die machen das so gut, dass man es fast nicht mehr erkennt, dass es handgemacht ist. Ja, also ich meine, es ist schon alles handgemacht dort, aber wenn man jetzt so als Laie kann man es kaum unterscheiden von der Und ja, also mir ist es irgendwie wichtig, dass man auch so ein bisschen die Kratzer sieht. Und das andere große Studio.
Making the Stopmotion.
Yeah.
Fast moving.
Yeah. This is actually like, it happens anyways if you do animation. But for example, if you do a wide angle shot and the actual character is just tiny and you can't touch the movement by animating while you set up a second camera which does a close-up and that is the free making of.
Always had this question, these men.
Yeah.
Keep track of time in the movie versus time, because you have to move the person. If they move fast, it's very quick, and if they slow you, it's lots of pictures.
Yeah.
You have to keep track of all the frames, all the lines, and how you're speaking and the amount, but it's so slow, it's so long.
Yeah, exactly. That's great. so let's make a stop motion discussion.
How do you keep track of time?
Mostly there's a very good piece of software called Dragon Frame, and it shows you all the images you have recorded, and so you can skip through them and also play them at actual time.
Yeah.
But of course, if you start a new movement, you have to have the experience to know how much movement you want, but you can always see what you have done so far and make sure that the next frame follows that movement nicely. Do you do some motion animation yourself?
Yes. I'm a bit like thinking about it for quite some time.
Really? Tell me about it.
It was one the problem with my movie is that it may not be legal to publish because it's copyright material.
Oh, okay.
So that's a bit of a sad.
Publish it anyways, it's the internet.
I've started because I've seen this play and it was
Okay.
The first it's just the post-production, which is I think 3 years.
Yeah, that sounds realistic. How long is the time? So, nearly a feature-length film.
Yeah, an hour of 15 frames.
What do you just like now yourself?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Just me on my desk.
I started on my own, but now I have some helpers. It's not a team who work constantly on it, it's more like some people who are 1 day a week at my studio. Yeah. So it's all only a spare time project because I don't have much funding. But yeah, I'm not alone anymore with it. I'm building everything myself, like the backgrounds and characters and everything. It's all made from scratch. And my media would be metal. Like I do a lot of brass, copper, steel, and I also make the armatures, of course, myself. But like 2/3 of all the characters in the movie are robots, basically. So I build them from actual metals. Yeah, I like a bit of a rough look to it, and I like if you see the tool marks. Steampunk aesthetic. Steampunk is only an aesthetic for some alternative future, basically. Like, if you imagine the future in the 1800s, yeah, you think what it would be like, but it turned out differently because electronics got invented. But let's say there wouldn't be any electronics, and our best technology would still be mechanical and steam-driven, and that's maybe how our world would look like. And it just makes up for a cool style.
So that's like how my studio looks. It's my desk with many lights and cameras.
That's great.
Well, it's on a tripod. It's hanging
It's a very good idea to glue it down with hot glue every time for a shot. You don't do it?
Because my sets are just
yeah, that helps.
Everything on a board, so if the board moves,
so the camera is attached to the set and
carry the whole thing without destroying the shot.
My biggest set was like 6 square meters, so that wasn't possible anymore, and I built a big wooden frame around it so the camera could hang from, I will show later, 7 p.m. So the camera could hang from above into the set, and yeah, rigidity is really important for that kind of stuff. Since the sets are small, this area is I also would suggest to keep it as soon as possible because it's too much work anyways. Camera movements I had threaded rod, and I turned the rod and it moved a little back around the camera. And this was the low budget version for camera movements, but I was only able to do one linear camera movement. And about 1 year ago I finally bought a motion control system, and that's basically this, but computer controlled, and then you can do tilts and pans and movements, and yeah, it allows for much more organic movements. Yeah. Also, I guess you, for post-production, need a lot of clean plates as well to do rig removal and stuff. And this, it's really complicated. As soon as you have to do some kind of post-production, camera movements are like 3 times as much work. At some point the tracks will be visible in the frame. It's also slightly so. Did you see the Wallace and Gromit the robot heads? It's one of their first movies. Wallace the human gets a mechanical pants which walk for him. I don't know. It's a great short film. I think the second one they did. And this actually has a shot where the dog is sitting on the Gromit is the dog, right? Yeah.
Robert is sitting on a little train and driving through the house, and this was on a fiction.
Well, that's right. Yes.
And it's really great to have all the different kinds of crafts on the same project, because it doesn't get boring. You always have something different to do. I mean, animation is what you first think about it, but building everything and doing relighting and the post-production and all these things are much more than the actual animation, at least from my view. I guess in your project it's more animation focused. Yeah.
The sets themselves, they were very tiny. Then the sets a bit bigger, because otherwise I work with green screens.
I mean, you could use some dried grass or something in sets, but as soon as you go outside, you have lighting problems because the sun changes and it would flicker a lot.
You can tell my movie is so unrealistic. You have trains and grass.
But there are people who actually do this. There's a great short film on YouTube where someone plays with his own shadow, and the sun moves, and like he must have done it for days and days because there was many shots and obviously shadows moving over the ground and everything moves and he interacts with the shadows and things. But I guess he must have been really patient because not only did he have to do the movements himself but also wait for the sun to move the correct distance and the shadow moves. But I think that he was from Spain, so probably easier to get sunny days. I have no choice. I mean, I've been working on it for 10 years and 80% finished now. It could only take 4 years. I hope so, yeah, but also it's a bit of an inconvenient length.
Yeah, I really want to actually.
Yeah, there are film festivals for short films and stuff. But yeah, it's like 30 minutes. It might be a bit too long for a short film and too short for a feature film. So, yeah, maybe.
There's so many potholes in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of ambient world building shots as well, so maybe we can just make a short version for the festivals and then release the director's cut later. Yeah, I mean, it would be great to get some of the streaming sites to have it on their names so people can actually see it. If there's no other option, I will put it up on YouTube. As soon as you have to start paying people to do something, it gets really expensive, and it would be nice to at least get a bit of that money back. Yeah, but even if you get millions of views, YouTube doesn't make any money at all. I mean, maybe a couple of €100 if you get 10 million views. It's not really that much. So if you have any options to sell it to a streaming service, I would do it. It's not, it doesn't feel right, but I guess more people will see it if it's up on Netflix. Basically for all the time, all the money I have goes into that project. started, and in the meantime I cut it short and grew it to that length twice again. So
it's easier longer, and like how long it takes to like grow it.
but it's different from person to person.
Okay, that's funny.
But how long do you work on your project?
First time.
5 years, yeah, okay.
But on and off from consumer.
Yeah, but that's a lot, especially if your main focus is the animation and you don't have to build too much things.
Yeah.
How much do you have from your 1 hour goal? Yeah, like which percentage is done? Yeah, especially for CGI stuff, yeah.
And then all the sounds.
Do everything by yourself, you have help.
Oh, that's cool, yeah.
I would think you did the voices before. Yes, this would have been the like.
No, yeah, so that's cool.
What I did, spoken for myself. I recorded it myself and used it as a backing track. But now I like have to record it. The problem is I talk very fast.
Can insert some double frames.
I could make slash instruments from structure. I could do it.
It'll be 2 hours then. Right?
Oh, Mario! Frodo!
Nice to see you. Welcome. So, great. Yanni saved the day.
What's it got? He's got another one.
So, so we're going to have 2 wheels on the thing pretty fast.
This is the
classic just let it fall in. And it shrunk.
Maybe push a little bit when we took the jacket. Just take sandpaper and do the edge.
Wow, it's so different, right? Cool. So what we just did, well, it has been the thing that I've been most nervous about because I've never turned metal on lathes before, and that's too dangerous to bring everyone in there. So that's why. So thanks for waiting for us. And now this wheel is going to go here, and then this morning we built a pedal. I was really happy that it's silent over there. So if you listen, you don't hear anything. So this is going to go on that wheel. And now we did 4 out of 5 turning operations, so I feel very, very good. And no one got injured. It's really, really scary. How are you on this? Huh? Sorry for this, I'm go on. How are you good?
Never been better.
Yeah. Me neither.
Great liars, both of us.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question on the design decision?
Yes, yes.
So for the flywheel, why did you decide to make it that solid? Is that
So I was thinking about, it's basically just that it costs less money. First of all, safety, so to not have a lot of spokes. And maybe some wind resistance from the spokes at high RPMs, I don't know. But it's basically just, because what you're getting at is that the weight in here doesn't add a lot of moment inertia. It's all moment of inertia comes from the outside, so you can make a less heavy flywheel with a lot of moment inertia, even though it's, hold on a minute. It was just for the test.
I mean, it's simple.
It's kind of like that. I think we're going to end up with a standalone flywheel module for the real machine, and I would like to make that like theatrically large. Okay. Like it would be so nice to have it like this, and then I'm going to do like what you're thinking now. Then it's going to be spokes. So for this it was just a test. But yeah, and this is just to grab it with the lathe. And we made holes for this one, but they were on the wrong position, so we had to grab it another way. So we need these. So are we not going to record? I'm going to film when we put the whole package on. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Or maybe with your phone. What? Maybe with your phone.
I was between the lens because I think you put your finger toward the lens. Sorry, it's significantly like smudgier.
Sorry. That could very well be. So we have. No, it's taper in one direction. So you need to take that out. Here, if you feel like it. Thank you. So did you hear this satisfying sound? That is a precision. So, sorry? No, it's actually hanging. The pulley in it. So it's going like this.
Isn't that that song? No.
And they play it so slow as well, it's super sad. It's like, memories from before. That's how it feels.
Which one is it?
Mom.
Got him! There we go.
Yeah.
Close to.
Sorry? Okay.
You gotta have this speed.
We put it on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this. I want to film a fade when we put it in again. I mean, the force would be
the frame is level, but it's like the flow and shit.
with some cookies. Did you make that? Wow.
They're all edible. I hand cut them one at a time.
Okay, without lying, I've seen Wilson cookies before, but those are by far the best ones I've seen ever.
They were amazing, Martin.
Hannes had a moment. You missed it on the live stream, but he decided to eat the cookie and make these faces. And the cameraman decided to superimpose his face over the poor lady making the Lyre video in the other room.
Oh no.
So he's like enjoying his cookies. So you get to see that on the
Hannes stealing the show?
Hannes
I can't believe what I'm saying. Wow.
Unfortunately, they're not vegan because
Okay.
so they're full of butter. I don't know.
Honestly, that makes them taste better, so that's a design decision I completely agree with. But they smell fantastic and they look fantastic.
I also made some special Wintergatan ones in the other box, but I will share them with you all.
Oh, nice. Starry Sky.
Also very good.
Make sure they're not poisoned.
So, if you don't want to be in the video, you will have to leave for a short moment, because now you're all in the video.
Do you mind shooting back?
Sorry?
Do you mind me shooting back?
Perfect, perfect. Check. This is a true moment of joy. We have the most beautiful looking Wilson cookies I've ever seen. Thank you for making them. Beautiful. And almost as exciting as the Wilson cookies is the fact that Jeremias has finished the pulley, so we have to fake lift it on again. Can you hold the whole thing? Yeah. Are you sure? You can rest it here. Is it okay? Yep. This is how the cookie is made, or the sausage is made. Almost as exciting is that we have help from Jeremias, have lathed the pulley, and for the first time we're going to have 2 wheels on the prototype. Like so. Is it spinning? Oh no, it's against there, okay. Let's get some bolts to fasten it. Okay, so, by the way, do you think the War Machine 3 will work?
Yes.
I asked the same question this morning. Dead silence, and then someone went, yeah. I was like,
I think the bigger question is whether it
sorry, when?
No, whether it well.
The other ones
the second
work.
machine also works, but not well.
Yeah.
Or it works sometimes.
But now it's like, if it does, to me, if it doesn't work well, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the feeling.
Oh, I need to pee.
Do you want to? Okay.
Think my colors.
M10. M10 is over there in the plastic boxes, all the way to the right. And the 10 boxes are actually gone. Oh, thanks for holding it. No, I actually think we have missed. Oh, perfect.
Get this one.
Is it okay?
I mean, I'm not having any force, it's just relax.
What's this? I think the file where I asked you about marching got corrupted. Sorry.
Again?
It got corrupted, so it's gone.
That's good.
Can I ask again? Let's ask again.
Do you think the marching 3 will work?
Yeah!
That's a better reaction than I had this morning. Sometimes when I don't turn off the camera correctly, it doesn't like it. Oh, the washer is too big.
Washer stack.
with smaller, a small little washer stack in the way.
There's one.
Yeah, but this is not what we want.
That washer is almost a little small, right? Or what do you think? Okay, so I kind of understand why people hated the washer stacks. I've grown to hate them a little bit myself, actually. Yeah. Should we? Try to push a little bit towards you. Yeah, that's nice. Is the taper pushing locked?
No.
You want to lock it?
Yeah. Like a position?
Yeah. Oh. Maybe someone knows, maybe you know, yes. Like when I tighten this,
yeah,
the inner sleeve is kind of following with me. So I don't, it's like not tightening. So I'm thinking, Marius thought maybe that the shaft is too oily. You see, it's just, it's not tightening. Or do you think that's the tightness they want?
No, I think as soon as it bites for once, you can really tighten it.
Yeah, so maybe help it biting by holding this?
If it's possible, yeah. Or if you just do one quick wrench so it binds once and then you can...
You mean surprise it?
Kind of.
Okay, I'm gonna surprise it. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't work. Because I did it in the video, like zoomed in, I was like, people are going to complain about this. Because it's not correct. I don't know how to do it.
I mean, there's none.
I think one of the comments that you have to move that down so you can still increase.
So the lock washer has like this notch.
Yeah.
So if I just can grab onto that, I should get the initial friction and then have it stay. Do we have like that quality på svenska? What is it?
Do you have a second hook?
Sorry?
Do you have a second hook? A second hook wrench?
Oh, you can do direct this?
Yeah.
Ah, smart. Yeah, we have a second hook. Do you know where, we have one of these for the CNC machine. Do you know where that is?
I do not know. Okay. Just the more pliers. What do you mean?
And just go pliers. Yeah, that would work as well. I'm going to check with the CNC machine.
That's killing me.
Let's try with this. So we can try putting the... Did the tape pushing lock?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can try put this on. Pull in to see how it looks.
I think if you put one inch, I can fire lock nuts or this.
Yeah, no, I think I screwed up. I don't think we have any time in the whole house. Maybe in the metal workshop. So it should go this way.
Maybe I should ask Lucas.
Yes, can you do that? That would be awesome. Oh, we can connect the pedal.
Do you have two nuts for these screws over here? Because as soon as they are at least on it, it can't tip over anymore.
Yeah, should I just clamp it for now?
Yeah, or just Well,
So this is the hole. So this goes through one of these holes. And if you look at this wheel from the side.
But then we need to push the rod further in.
Oh, it collides with the link?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Right. It should sit flush with the taper bushing.
Yeah.
I didn't see that from this direction. So the holes in this wheel here are like further from the center. And that's one of the things I want to try out, is how much leverage I need with the pedal. So the further out, the more power I have, but the more I have to lift my leg. So that's the compromise. And that's why this link we have between them is adjustable in length, because then I can have the pedal always ending up in the perfect position with the floor. Sorry?
It's already binding pretty well on the display.
Yeah, I can, if we push, we take the camera. If we push it, it will go. I think, wow. It's like this one is falling over like this.
We have a small panel so we can hit it from this side, so it will spring out of the wall. I think right now it's completely stuck in the cone.
Yeah, I mean this.
So Martin, we found some regular nuts that can be changed later on.
Okay, awesome. Yes. So we can use this. Oh yeah, you're taking the cam out. No, you
just a little bit.
You pushed it in actually from that direction.
No. Oh yeah.
Is this loose?
Yeah.
Yep. Yes. Wait. There we go. Is it exciting? For me too. Yeah, I don't have. This is not the final position because we don't even have this pulley here.
Yep.
But if we check with the pedaling, that looks really nice. Okay.
Actually fun when you tighten one of the screws, the other one is loose again.
Okay. Yeah, it comes out a lot.
Yeah.
So later I'll add some 12 nuts there, but I can have it without now. Oh, maybe I should have taken this away actually. You want to try?
Sure.
But the flywheel is not connected now. Yeah. Yeah, you mean like this, right? Yeah, I was thinking a lot about that, and it doesn't feel like it's going to hit the edge. Now it's a little bit too much here. You can almost fine-tune it a little bit by this. Pretty okay, I think. It would be so fun if we could actually attach the pulley here and actually get the flywheel going. So the pulley is like this, the small pulley, and this pulley is like 40 centimeters, which means that the flywheel will have high speed. So if we really want to try it out,
just attach it to the axle and tension it something.
okay, that would be crazy. We should actually do the Lyre. I can show you the pulley. And Hannes is going to be mad if I forgot the camera on record for 10 minutes.
Pretend that you didn't hear it.
Yeah. So this is the pulley. It should go from here. I was so happy because I actually
just experienced something unique here. You're the only ones who saw that. You didn't record it.
That's true.
No one's gonna see that.
That's true. That's true.
Congratulations.
So yeah, there was a machine shop that made it, and it was from a 2D drawing only. So I think it's pretty cool. I didn't send them CAD. I just sent them 2D drawing. So that's how they do it. I think it's cool.
But like a texture drawing, not just.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I want it to be a circle.
Just a pencil sketch.
Yes.
Just make it happen.
Actually thought I was doing no circle when you announced the video.
Oh, you did?
Thought I would not be able to make it in time.
Okay, awesome. Now you did this instead. Hannes, how's the video? When did? Okay. So anyway, this is what I like to see anyway. Should we try for that? Yeah. So Carlos, could you have me? So we need to dismount this whole thing. And
but wouldn't it be enough if we just unloosen the bushings and then pull the rod back?
yes, much better idea. Someone thinks we need to get this to the which side? Yeah, one of those sides is going to be this. I have to check into that all this.
That one, but the other ones did not work. But this one was really
Yeah, one was biting.
Yeah.
That one was biting. And the other one didn't bite.
Alright.
So I was confused.
Can you remember the wheel? Yes.
I need to borrow my cat a little bit.
Since it's in cone and similar to the way the chuck on the tailstock is binding in. Maybe how many the whole production?
Just reminding myself how it goes together. Okay, 3 discs. 3 small ones. Thank you. Yeah, this is everything.
So now we take. Does it? On which side does it go? On this side or on this side?
It goes on this side, and the taper bushing goes on that side.
Yeah.
So we have to move the whole axle.
Or just the wheel.
Yeah.
We have to take the wheel off.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just can push the axle.
So maybe Hannes can help.
No, he has added.
So I can take it
But
by myself.
no,
I take it here.
No. I can take it by myself. It's
Sure.
safe.
Are you sure, Carlos?
Yes. Do it, okay? But whatever you want.
On the table.
Yeah, or on the floor, or wherever you like.
On the floor. I just drop it by here.
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well done.
What? Yes?
Here.
Here.
Oh. Yeah, M6 gets close. Oh yeah. These ones keep like that. Okay. So now we have all these adapter discs that we have to figure out how it goes. I haven't tried this fit yet, so it's going to be interesting to see. Is that really working? Oh yes. So super nice with laser cutting. You can like do this locking of the heads of the bolts inside. Like I needed to do it because I wanted a really small diameter of the pulley, so I needed to come really close. So yeah, I really like. So there's a secret inside the whole adapter disc stack that they hold the bolts like that. So that goes there. Okay, now I get it. So one plate stops the bolt, and one plate locks the bolt, like this. Like so. I really like that.
The shop is closed.
Then
It's closed.
The shop?
The door is closed.
Oh, I stopped the.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do it later, but the wrench, the 19 wrench is still over there.
okay, then like this.
The metal workshop is closed and this stuff is there. So we need, sometime we need to open it.
Then like that.
Okay.
But it's
But
too long.
it's not.
I realized something, that we should leave most of those things floating, I guess. Maybe that was your thought as well.
Yeah, we need to move further.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Then we can, when everything is in place, we can tension everything.
50. Normally I stress to finish for the videos, but now I want to finish it for you. That is actually fun. What happened here now?
I'm going to do it like this. Yep. Just in case you don't remember to finish it.
That's better. Okay. So this is a little fiddly, we just have to keep them there. And then I think we just have these two distance discs to get away from the bolts. Should we mount it to the flywheel perhaps?
To the flywheel or to the axle?
Or to the axle.
I think it's better if you mount it to the axle first.
The axle first. So I guess it would be like this. Nice. Oh, you thought about that. Nice. Done that mistake before. It's like when renovating lamps, you never put that little thing on. Okay. Nice one, Carl. So now we need some M8s from here through the whole flywheel. So we're gonna take these ones out.
Okay.
They are just temporary.
And we need longer one again?
Yeah. I'll see how long. So this is, I should know, at 30. 30 plus 22. 52. So 60. So M8 60.
Like this, the wheel?
Or 65. You don't have to be silent.
They are silent as when they watched your video. So maybe it's now a good time to move this into the axle.
Okay. With the paper bushing first, or?
Oh yes, the paper bushing.
Wow, this is really big moment for me. It's fun. This is going to work. We'll push it a little bit this way just to reach there. Or we should secure this first, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, this is missing.
Oh,
So, you didn't check first, you have to check. Sorry, I forgot. My bad.
What does that part do?
Sorry?
What does that part do?
It just gets the... it's just the distance. I think if I remember correctly.
So it's basically a washing tank.
If you want it to be, I'm totally with you.
Should we move the axle now?
We should have cleaned up these plates, but that's okay. We just put it together now. Yes, now.
It's time to move the axle.
Put the axle this way. Yeah, it's coming a little bit.
It's moving?
Yes, slowly. I think actually these have too much grip. It would be so nice if you just slid like straight through. But we're pushing in the direction of the... So this one is completely out, the cam.
Ah, right.
So if you beat that one out, this way. Even more? Yeah, now it should work. Oh, and then, oh, cam went out.
Yeah, push it back in.
Is that thing stuck?
I think it's stuck between the screws.
Yeah.
There's
a mouse. No.
Just screws at a really unlucky spacing.
Yes, it's like exactly where it's going to grip it. Yeah? No. Nothing. No. From here. Yes, maybe it's something. There's something. Okay. Yeah, to wiggle it out.
Oh, but maybe
oh, that's a
really good.
Yeah.
That's shiny.
I don't have normal.
I got it.
You got it. Awesome. And you fixes the problem again. We shouldn't lose these. You want to get up there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really see. Careful for your finger there.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to get the wheel.
Let me do that.
Push it on again. Okay.
Ah, we are too low because this one is not in. If this one is in again, then
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't have this adjustable wrench thing. I need it now. Yeah, it's really stuck. So,
what I need is to use something
like a white thing, if you just put it back with the rod until we are through, and then
Yeah.
you can put the knot on again.
So I pull.
Yes.
Do this a little. Okay.
Yeah. You lift it.
Yes. Nice.
A little bit more. Lift it. Yeah.
just a little bit.
Like a Lego kit. Sorry?
A bit heavier than Lego.
yes.
Now, maybe if you hammer
the whole axle?
Yes.
So, what is a little bit annoying is that we have lost these bolts.
Oh yeah.
So I would kind of like to fetch them before next step. So I'll open here, there, and yeah, we just find there. Yeah, can you give me some more space there? Yeah, perfect. Okay, I just do one bite at a time. Oh. And I checked in CAD that these nuts actually rotate. They're the closest I can go for the smallest diameter of this, on the smallest pulley. So this one is out. Okay, got it. Good. Hannes, maybe you want to film a little bit with the iPhone? Hannes?
Huh?
If you're missing material from me, maybe because maybe you can film a little bit either with the A7 or with iPhone. Actually, 0.5 on the iPhone is pretty nice for this, I feel, with some atmosphere with the audience and everything. If it's okay. They call the eye in the storm. They call this. Okay, so we are rushing in the end of this day to actually get the flywheel going. So we're mounting this beautiful machine aluminium pulleys, and it's a little bit fiddly, but so far the design seems to work out. And yeah,
you were so excited that you forgot to film everything.
Yes.
Going back to the workshop at all.
Yes. Okay, let's tighten these with something smart. I don't know if I can. No, I can't with this. Okay, this is gonna be painful. Is it frame 6?
No, no.
Ah, that's embarrassing. So, this is going to be tedious always. There's actually no other tool that can reach in there. So, okay, we just kind of open it. Okay.
It's making music.
Sometimes on designs, like I know it's going to be tedious, and I'm like, okay, but let's just do it that way. And then when you're here, you kind of regret that.
So this is going to be one time?
Yeah, it's a one-time thing. Exactly. So should we look? We had already the M8 bolts. Yeah.
When you need me more.
Yep. It's fun. It's fun. It's no, it's so much fun. I'm just so happy everyone cares. for real.
How does it feel different from 500 people watching the live stream?
But that's the thing with online. It doesn't feel at all like you only feel the trends. So if you have 100,000 views or 1 million views, doesn't matter. But you just feel like when you get more, it feels good. When you get less, it feels so like online is it's just numbers, and now there's like real people, which is fantastic.
People are supporting you.
Yes. So yeah. But sometimes it feels a little bit crazy like that.
Sometimes.
But I also get a lot of inspiration from I know that so many people care, so that keeps me also going. I feel crazy in my little rabbit hole bubble, all the time. But then when I see that people actually care, I'm like, okay, I'm not the only one who cares. And that feels great. Because it's so fun, because most of my close friends they have stopped asking me about marble machines for and 4 years ago they were done with it. And also all my music friends, they have given up on me completely. But what I want to do with this machine really is even you who are here, you're going to be like, what? Can it play like that? That's what I'm going for. So nothing here is going to be used on the new machine. This whole prototype is to test a single concept. If this doesn't work, we can use this setup to try the counterweight, the weight-driven concept. Yeah, so I can alter it for that, and it's all to kind of. People don't think they hear when music is not tight, but they actually feel it. And I think as much as I love the instrument at the museums, they are not often super tight because they're driven by pneumatics and stuff. So I really want to build the tightest mechanical music instrument, and that would be easier if I used just drumsticks. I could make a really tight machine that plays with drumsticks. I even thought about doing that instead of the marbles, and I'm like, no, I want to solve it with the marbles.
Have you already thought about how you can prevent the vibrations that are causing problems on the MMX?
Yeah, so that's good with the modularity of the new one, since all the lifting and the power modules are on their own modules in the back. And the actual things that dropping the marbles are standing by themselves, only connected with the bulb and cable, kind of.
I saw somebody mention while we were setting up the machine that just the vibrations of the stage itself, if you play live, could cause issues.
Yes.
Thank you very much for
So that's why we need to build in redundancy to have it on the other machine I have it has to hit this spot. I think on the new one it's okay, it has to hit this spot, and it's always in the middle. So if it's vibrating a little bit off, we have to make sure that's okay. For example, there's going to be 2 big funnels. There's in front of the whole drum kit, it's going to be a funnel this big of fabric, or mosquito net or something like that, some transparent thing, because I think it's silent and stuff like that.
And then that also solves the double bounces and stuff.
Yes. So we're thinking about, for the vibraphone, Marius came with the idea last time I talked to him. He was not here. To have a small, very small silicone layer, rubber glove layer or something, hovering above the vibraphone plate. So I went deep into maybe molding rubber against the steel core, because rubber balls is not heavy enough. So there's a lot of thoughts about how to really make the marbles having great sound. I'm gonna make the sound experiments with just 2 microphones, and I'm gonna have them on the same gain, and I can mix the volume of the instruments with the sizes of the marbles. So I want it to be like, when you hear it acoustically, with the exception of the electric bass, it kind of makes sense already in the room. And then when you put a mic on each drum, it's much easier to mix it if it's good like from the beginning. But I'm not even going to do that if I can't solve this. if you remember my pyramid, that pyramid is the only thing like guiding me right now. Okay, this is done. Thank you so much. Which way should we go? Maybe we should have done that before.
So let us start with our instructions.
I'm thinking IKEA.
When he said there's an extra card, I'm like, that always happens.
We try this way. Okay, yeah, let's see. Yes, we do that. Oh, it worked. Oh, perfect. Yes. Oh, it looks so good as well. You can come closer later when we're done if you want to touch and feel as well. No? Perfect. You do the rest as you do it. Okay, we're really close to 5 rounds. Yeah. Did we find? Oh, you found those. Oh, Jeremias? Yep. You want to attach those to here? Yep. Are they in? Yeah, they're in. On time. Oh, the paper bushing is very far out, is it not? Oh, it's loose. Okay, yeah. I'll tighten these. No, but this is not. Yeah, okay, next one. This is not tightening that. Okay. I'm sorry, I was a little trigger happy. It looks really good actually. There's such a feeling when like a CAD design actually works. It's very nice. Okay, so now we just need to push the whole thing in. But the taper pushing is not really on yet.
So, maybe we can hammer everything.
Should we?
Hammer?
Oh yeah. Try it very lightly, just to see if it moves. Yeah, perfect.
But we know where to go, okay? Rolling out.
Okay, hang on. Lift. Yes. Okay, hang on. Maybe if we turn this bearing around, it slides better the way where it pushes out the cam. Because now it's locking itself immediately. So if we can go back a little bit actually. Yeah, I turn this one around. It's a little annoying that they don't go that super easy. Yeah, actually. A little bit back. Yes. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So go. Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Yeah. In my first assignment, I had belt tensioner system, so these things were on sleds. I was like, it's a one-time setup. Kind of miss them now. It would have been so nice to just crank the size of the belt, but I was thinking you can even use like packing belts and just do like this. It's the same. So we need to go a little bit there with the whole flywheel. Oh shit.
We need to hammer it in place.
No, I hope not. How do we do this?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. But it should flow all the way. Why is it not? Can I borrow the map? Thank you. Why? Why is it not going?
Maybe because of the weight of the wheel.
Does it stick out the other side?
No, no. Yes, good, Carlos. Good, yes. So the
Marking?
Yep.
When you're close.
Yep. How's that aligning? Pretty well?
Yeah.
What does this mean?
For the pedal.
Oh,
that's it. We're very close now, actually.
What?
No, that was.
God damn it.
Martin, don't forget your electrolytes.
Yes.
Don't forget to drink. Very hungry.
It's really eerie, this silence. It's been so loud in the workshop until today. Okay, it's on, I think. I'm not going to dare to do like super quick speeds today. I wanna kind of get accustomed to it and I don't wanna risk all your lives. Is this for me?
Yes.
Oh, there's a sweet, thank you.
I guess now we
Oh, yes.
Got you.
No, but we need to tie the belt a little bit, then we will find the part of it that we don't have anything. Otherwise, but we are not going to do it by hand.
Sorry?
We are not going to do it by hand to tension the belt.
If you pull it here?
Yes, do you think so?
Yeah. Oh, this one is on. Oh, that one is on.
And let me.
Okay. Oh, something is. Yeah. Oh, wait, Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look how well it fits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay like this.
A belt would get applause. Are these tight? Oh yeah, they're tight. Okay, give it a little extra while you tighten it then. Oh.
Can you keep the rods rectangle?
Yeah.
Can you try it a little bit? Okay, further that way. Yeah.
Just check perpendicularity.
I think more this way. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. Do you remember where you put the ratchet? Oh, it's in the machine shop.
Yeah.
We left it there. Yeah. Okay.
Do you need ledge stuff from the machine shop?
There's 19 of those lying somewhere in the machine shop.
And is it needed now?
Not really. It's needed within the next 1 minute. Oh, sorry.
I'll check back in a minute.
Oh, actually, we do kind of need it.
Okay. That was false.
I realize. Thank you.
Sorry. Anything else?
No, that's the one. So the reason the shafts stick out so much is that if I want to redo this with some other configuration where we need to couple something on them, I just didn't want to buy the shafts again. So it's going to look like that just in case we need to machine something in these ends.
Can I do it?
Okay. That's a bad sound. Should we deburr the flanges before? Yeah, okay. Should we just, yeah, we have to open here again.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to be a little bit, yeah, it's kind of sharp.
We need to put a little bit of sandpaper over here.
Oh, we can do it here. You're right. I'm stupid.
There was some
Sandpaper behind you.
8, it's perfect.
here I have some.
Oh, perfect. I think I need this.
Actually, crank it.
Yes, we can. Who puts their hand in there though? Frodo? Okay, we'll do that. That's fun. But then we need to tighten this. So with
Can I say that is safer if we do it like this now, without the car?
It's quite a lot. We have to have some speed. We can put a tool in there as well. Okay. So with the wrenches.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Do we have to tighten this?
Yes. But we still don't really know how to do it properly, or we lack one too. No, this one goes first. And then there's a second one for the... to just make this solid. Yeah. So I have a whole video recorded from SKF headquarters where he tells me that my bearing housing is bad. And so in our private conversation, he was like, I think I can No, maybe we're on the live stream. I can't say that. He said, Martin, I have a 55 billion company in my back. If I say that Warehousing is good, I'm fired. So I tried, like, but he also said, like, if you drive on a bumpy road in 300 kilometers per hour with a Koenigsegg car, you have an issue. If you drive on the same road 30 kilometers per hour with a Volvo, you're good. So I thought that was meaning that my Warehousing was pretty nice. So in that video, it's super nerdy. They have a PDF file on their website, 8 steps how to choose a bearing, which is super educational. So he's going through 3 of the steps. So it's like a 1.5 hour video, I think I will put out. Kind of in that video, in the end, I admit defeat, basically. That's kind of the end of the bearing housing story. It's here somewhere, and I still wanna. When I have time, I'm gonna like try that way and just like torture it, drive it for 100 hours straight with like 20,000 RPM, and like take it apart and show people like, oh, nothing has happened. Oh, it's there. I haven't seen it yet. It is there. Well, good point. I mean, that's the source of so many problems. It has a motor. So what is said is that the outer rim wants to be held completely around the rim. So when it's held only at these points, the rim becomes like a roller coaster. And that's the analogy if you really push it hard. But this is so oversized, so I still feel misunderstood with it. you want to feel it? It looks like it works. Thank you. I think it works, I'm sure. And if he can't say, like, if it's a life and death situation on a train or something, of course you have to solve. I think it works. Yeah. I understand why. Yeah, but I'm doing nothing. So the whole point I think everyone wanted me to learn is that there are unknowns, kind of. So I've been so surprised before, so I realized it's much better to do it the way it should be done. Yeah. And instead of like fighting against that, I think it's good like if I go like, yeah. The only thing that we can do is I'm going to try to think that is the fun to learn that. Maybe we can make some more force. So one question I asked SQF, when you have a wheel like this, should the shaft rotate or should the shaft be still? So should you put like the bearings in the wheel or should the bearings be outside? Like should the shaft rotate? And he said like normally the shaft should always rotate. So that was interesting.
Yeah, that one is the one that was broken.
Oh, did you...
You got something in there.
Oh, you got it to stick?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. All of them?
Yes.
So one fun story from SKF was that I met my application engineer's boss and I asked him some bearing questions. It was like long after work hours and he never stopped talking about bearings. It's like they love bearings. Yeah, it was so much fun. And then I called everything I said the words I knew and they were like, you mean this? Like every little thing. They had like new words for everything, like a whole new language. Okay, 1 M12 knot, and are we aligned? down. I think that's a little high, perhaps. We'll see.
I think flywheel is still a little bit too far on this side, or that one on the other side. So either move the one on your side to the wall.
Yeah, either one. We just loosen the. This is the real beauty of the taper bushing. Now we can just like unscrew 4 here or 4 there and just slide it wherever we want. You decide. Can you do it there?
Yes.
While I do it. Yeah, I actually didn't think we would reach this far today.
We just had a comment over here that it looks like a feet chewing crocodile with the bolts.
Oh, okay. Good point, because
first memory of the MLT.
You get your foot stuck in there, yeah. So I just realized that no one is allowed to like use it now because we have protection plates on the CNC machine, not cut yet. So if we put this up, this will just cut your foot off completely.
Yeah.
The other way to do it is to make a pivot here, like I had on the Mountain X. You can see it in there. So this part pushes down, but if something's under, it just goes like this. The annoying thing with that is that it flaps when you're not on it. So if it's a high RPM like this, it's just gonna do this. And so on the MMX, I had to put an extra spring to kind of keep it down from stop it flapping, and it becomes a whole thing. And I was like, with this, I was like, no, let's just make a whole box. So I am the only one allowed to risk my foot, so no one else can do it today, but tomorrow we have the protection plates on. I just realized that perhaps what you could do is just to make this bigger. No, it doesn't work.
You could put like a leather shroud.
Sorry?
Like a leather shroud around it.
Yes.
Like they have for t-shirts and stuff like that.
But if it's soft, then you can kind of.
It could enough to allow for
like some accordion thing.
No, that.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that would be safe.
Perfect. We're very close, yeah. Time for some ending shots.
It is?
Yeah. I think it's better with your moving. Should we do it with my tracks? We do a sync. Yeah. Or a 2. Maybe we can maybe I want to point out stuff that you can't help.
But it's still wide.
I think so.
Thought you never.
But it's less.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the read is on that. Yeah, nice.
Where is it going to be?
Around the machine.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay on.
Check. There, you're safe there.
Yeah.
No, you come in.
But
It's just
Okay, rolling.
These screws just pull the ring out, and with the ring, the inner
Yeah.
inner part.
So it's actually quite unbelievable, but we got the whole whole setup working today. I never thought we got this far. I couldn't really film everything in the end because I was so excited. So we have 2 wheels on the machine, and Jeremias is just tightening down the last bolt. The only thing we don't have on is the safety for the pedal. So I'm not going to risk my foot too much, just a little bit. Oh yeah, we hear a noise from the belt.
It's less noisy now.
Oh, because it's... Oh, it's still closing the edge. And because we didn't deburr the inside of the flange, so we're going to do that before doing the test. So yeah, if you... Yeah, try that one. Okay. Do some more. I remember when we were celebrating Midsummer when I was a kid, they had this like Singer sewing machine with a foot pedal. It's like exactly like this. Okay. Wow, it feels heavy. Okay, you want to do some more? Am I breaking it or are you breaking it?
I am, because
okay.
You accelerate a lot.
Yeah, no, don't break it.
Okay.
I was surprised. I have to give it a little bit more. Okay. Here we go. Unless you're right in the danger zone.
My crotch is in the danger zone.
Is that bad?
Yeah, I mean, it binds up on the door on this side.
You think it can climb?
I think it will damage the belt rather quickly. So.
Which means we should stop.
Or at least deburr it before we...
That side rather.
Yeah.
Watch your fingers, man.
You do it? I saw your miss in the metal shop with this 800 RPM, this big lump of metal was going like this, so... Okay.
Now I feel that I have my own boat.
Like you're trying to avoid the Titanic?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Should we give it some speed? Are you okay?
Now watch out behind that. I was standing around the wheel.
The pedal is bending, I was expecting that. How's the belt now? Is it better? Listen to the silence.
It's going better.
Yeah, better? Yeah, I'm gonna dare to take the platform. Yeah, but not like this. Whoa. This is actually dangerous. So there we have the left and right issue.
Incredible, like rocking chair sound on this.
Yeah.
Maybe you do one side and I do the other.
Oh, cool. Just be careful, okay?
Please, guys, be careful. You're some of the floating wheels.
So it feels lighter now at a higher RPM. Perhaps not so strange. Should we stop and feel?
We
just one spot
already actually feel it?
Yeah, but maybe not with your hand. I have a break. This is actually the break. It's not on yet, but it's supposed to break.
Don't make a joke.
Really stupid of me, I shouldn't have done it. So no more for today. But this is such a success. Wow, I'm so happy that you're all here sharing this moment. Yeah.
Still a little bit. Yes.
Oh, Jeremias is not happy. On brand.
Maybe more space.
So, yeah. Day 4 has ended in a beautiful chaos. We have the flywheel on the machine. I'm so happy. And day 1 of the Wintergatan Meetup event is over. So for tomorrow, it's just going to be more fun stuff. I'm completely wasted. And thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Say bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Cookie time.
Cookie time. So all this material is if the flywheel will break free. It's just extra free. Maybe. Hey.
I'm Naz.
Nice to meet you. Very well done with the cookies.
Very well done.
Thank you. It's actually working as intended, which is pretty amazing.
It's been nice hanging out with him.
I mean, he turns my worst days into my best days, like every day. It's just the correct atmosphere, right? So yeah, it's behind it all. No, nice. No, I would love to. I would love to. I'm so thankful that you come. So
I'm so happy I know that you take a lot of things very hard yourself.
Yeah. I can do that.
Whatever insanity.
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, that's, I get that feeling from this.
When you finish this, I'm going to make a small and I was wearing a mask on the student.
Yeah, we should put something on there.
It's fine.
No, I'm not an expert in these.
Maybe over here. That hold it. Hold one of that.
Whichever one you want, but make them all different.
This is my favorite.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
So much.
I thought it was for Martin.
Far away, this way. I know the one. You just take it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Thanks. I will be here.
Oh, wonderful. Then you'll see the progress.
I will print you.
Yeah. All of them. Okay. Oh, it's so nice of you.
You can watch me eat them.
Yes, actually, I will take you to the restoration.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. It's amazing. I had no clue that MMX was going to Thank you. Great. Nice to meet you.
What game theater? You're on the
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry for my. I should actually.
I thought you were shorter.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Thanks
so
for
much
coming.
fun. Really cool.
Yeah.
Can I ask something about this?
Nice to meet you. Sorry, I'm just going to answer that question.
No, I think
Okay, thank you.
picture's more important.
Thank you for coming. Yeah, so the plan is to have it like you think, but the opposite, so it goes down here.
Sure, yeah.
You mean so the foot was sticking here?
Yeah, like so now I can put my feet out here so that the foot will start here.
Then I think it's going to go down.
Momentum to go down.
I think this thing is going to shroud. Shroud here. Coming down.
Because either way you're gonna have a gap at some point.
Yeah, but if the lowest point is like this far above the bottom, then there is a gap. So then you
No, you will have no point where you can get squeezed either way, right? Like whatever you do.
Yes, but because now they have like the point where they can make cuts. But if the pedal stops at a higher point, like it's the highest point now over the lowest point.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Release on disc, so all the people who support the project will get a disc in the end at least. And otherwise, how it will be distributed digitally, I don't know yet, and I also can't do it myself because that's the professional film world, and I don't understand this really. It's strange, but someone will take care of it, I guess.
Do you have any plans for another project after this?
Yes. Honestly, I can't wait to start something new, but it won't be a movie. It will be something completely different, and actually, I would like to talk with Martin about it, but I will not mention it publicly yet. But I already got annoyed from making movies because I kind of, with the people involved now, I kind of get a glimpse into the professional movie production world. And the more I see of it, the more I know I don't want to participate in that business. It's just no fun anymore as soon as you are talking about big budgets and studios and stuff. And the ideas I would like to make are just not possible with little money. So yeah, let's make something completely different. No movie at all. But I will keep doing things in a similar style.
My question is about the history of maker scene over the last 10 years and what you're doing, because you now hired professionals 10 years after starting, and typically the role of a maker scene is enabling you with things you don't know since you're not a professional, but you can still suck up all that knowledge from other people. Did that exist, or are there like 50 million things you're now regretting? Shit, I should know that. I should have known that 10 years ago, and it would have been 50 times easier.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of things where I made it unnecessarily hard. On the early days, we just shot the animation, one take, and that's it. And as soon as you start thinking about post-production, you really want to have clean plates. That's like an image of the scene without the character, and you want different lighting exposures and all these things which make post-production so much easier. And now you only have this take and have to make it work. And yeah, it would have been easier to learn it from the start, or learn from professionals. But then again, it's really great to discover things yourself, I think. So I don't regret it really. It's okay. It's just difficult. And the reason to bring in professionals was mostly just to get it finished at all, because a couple of years ago I was facing a task which just felt too great to ever complete. I think in that regard Martin could feel it. And I really wanted someone to help me. Please help me finish this, basically. And luckily there were people willing to help. But also professionals are the minority in the team. It was 2 occasions where professionals did one job for a couple of weeks or something. Most of the team are just hobbyists who also just learn by doing or learn from me in the meantime, and do it for fun mostly. Not sure if that answered the question, but
one more question. It's a bit similar to this. So you showed this your workshop. I mean, it looks really elaborate and expensive, like this machines and this stuff. So my question was, are you renting in some kind of workshop, or is it really yours that you build it up and you ask professionals how to build it up and everything?
My workshop is actually just one room in my apartment. So it's not, it looks bigger on screen. It's just a normal living room in the 3rd floor, which also limits the kind of machines I can put there. Actually, the cheapest and best machines would be old industrial machines, like 50 years old, but those weigh tons, and the little mill. This is the only expensive tool I bought, but it's also only kind of semi-professional. It's not really an industrial tool. I wish I had better tools, but I'm very limited in that regard. And also the metal work all remained on my side. The stuff I outsourced to other people always were things I didn't feel comfortable about myself. Like, I know what I can, but in the meantime I also know what I'm not good at. And I think it's good to realize that and accept to not be able to do everything yourself and collaborate. And that's also, exchanging ideas is very productive. Sometimes if you work all by yourself, you're losing the big picture. So I really enjoy working with others as well.
What happened to the stages where you have finished filming?
Some of them got destroyed, actually. For example, the mine set where all the robots worked, this one is no more. 2 reasons. First of all, after we were done shooting, it wasn't that pretty anymore. You have to imagine every time a character does a step, you have to drill a hole in the set and screw down the foot so it can hold in that position while it's doing the next step. And after a character has walked a couple of meters, then the set is just Swiss cheese, and it's not pretty anymore. And sometimes you really have to do nasty things to your puppets and sets, like minor spoiler, parts of the mines get destroyed in the movie, and so I really cut off pieces and glued on different pieces with hot glue, and it really didn't look good anymore. And also the set was wider than the door frame, so that's the best reason to scrap it after filming. But I regretted that a bit because it's nice to show people where things were done, and also put the little puppets in the sets later. So for the interior sets, which are much more compact, I made sure to keep them in a stage where they are able to be exhibited in at some point. So the office sets will both remain, and there's kind of a cellar where it's a courtroom with brick wall, and so that's a box like this big. So that's also something I'm going to keep. In the meantime, my cellar is full of old sets, but at some point I want to exhibit all the pieces. Yeah.
How are you making all the little clothes? You said they're from like actual fabric?
What? Sorry?
The clothing, you said it was fabric that you're making it from, or is it clay? The characters, their clothing?
The puppets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The clothing.
The clothes, sorry, I didn't catch it. In the beginning it was clay, but yeah, clay turned out to be not that good to work with because it gets dirty very quick and your fingers get dirty from it and everything gets full of clay. In the meantime, we're using silicone, like this stretchy rubbery material, and it gets casted into molds. And for the clothes, it's just normal cloth. We're trying to find a very fine cloth, so the texture feels not too big, but that's nothing special. Sometimes we incorporate black wrap, that's a thick aluminum foil beneath the cloth, so it's not flimsy. But that's also not optimal. on the most recent thing we're working on, the newest video on YouTube, if you watch it, there you can see the boss character. It's a really thick human, and he has some sleeves with this aluminum foil inside, and it's really wrinkled. It's not optimal, I'm not happy with it, but yeah, again, learning by doing. Or any other parts of the puppets where you are unsure? Yeah, we can also talk later more. I'm not sure about the time. I think someone wants to start something else already? You know.
I don't because I just took over.
Yeah. Maybe if you want to see a piece, there's this little guy sitting here. He was also for a brief moment visible in the trailer, and that's one of the robot characters. One of the early ones I made, not a very sophisticated one, but that's someone who's already finished his scenes, and so you can take him and see how he moves and open his little chest door. So yeah, if you want to play with a puppet from the movie, that's your chance. And also, in the beginning, not very much well present. So if you want to see the trailer again, I could put it up again for the last couple of minutes. Then we can do that again, if that's fine for you as well.
Says you should stop more or less right now, so
Okay.
there is enough handover.
Yeah, then
So, but if you find a spot on the side for more discussion, of course.
So no trailer again. Okay, sorry. Then maybe you have another chance tomorrow or Sunday. I don't know yet. It's up to the team to decide if I have another talk.
He said you can play it again.
Ah, okay. The trailer is on YouTube as well, but the other videos I showed are not public. The public video are different kinds. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong screen. Maybe I just skip back again. It's not. Boop, 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 boop. Okay.
Humans and their machines are the winners of evolution. Now they're alone in the tiny world they created. Secluded in their noble bureaus, towering above the city, humans are the rulers of all. wealth underground down below. When one of them discovers beauty amidst the darkness, he starts developing emotions. A major defect. An unwound clockwork.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. Yeah, the little guy is sitting here next to the speaker if you want to handle him. And there are also a couple of cards if you don't have a smartphone, but I don't have very much of them, so maybe you can just take a picture.
And also, if I would do the counterweight, I think I would build like a beautiful in brass and stuff, thing like this. That would make sense, I think.
Counterweight, you mean the weight?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They have to put a governor for the speaker.
Sorry?
They have to put a governor in for the speaker if you use weights.
Yes, and there's actually a governor design for here.
Okay.
So it's going to be like the biggest governor ever. And I think it's actually kind of useless.
It's not useless, it's just overkill.
So we're gonna have, so all these parts is for the governor, so these are gonna be kind of the weight balls, like this big. So I've designed a big safety shield here, because if they fly off, oh my god. And with the weight, the governor is going to be super important. Because then it's, and with this, I think it's more going to be like, I don't think it will help actually. But I wanted to try it, so maybe if I might put it on. I think I'm going to do the tests without putting it on first, and then see how it goes. So the governor, this kind of governor can only add friction. So the idea with the weight is that you have the governor on all the time. So it's adding friction all the time, which makes it possible to actually remove friction by easing up.
But you know you can adjust governor, so you can adjust the speed of the governor.
Yes, but the thing a governor can't do, the governor it adds and removes friction, right? Or resistance.
Yeah, but you have, like, for a phonograph, for instance, you have a screw and you can adjust how far the waves go out, and that adjusts the speed.
Yes.
Or will it be constant then after that?
Yes. But what happens there is that you have this. So, if you imagine that these discs are sitting on the shaft, so this is kind of the brake. So those goes from these slots, and they're welded on to there. So, but it's on this side. So here I can adjust. This is the speed adjust setting, like this, and this is the braking disc. So this sits on the other side like this, and when it starts spinning, the ball comes out like this and pulls this in like this. So on the gramophones, what you're adjusting is how far they are allowed to move out. And I love that idea. But I think but this is something I should not make assumptions. Maybe it helps me a lot. But my feeling right now is that for this setup, it will be, for example, everyone is talking about the balancing of the flywheel. This governor will spin the same tempo, which means that the governor needs to be as balanced as the flywheel. And I think that will be really hard. So I feel a little bit like I jumped the gun on this. I don't, but I should not make assumptions. Maybe it just helps me super much.
It's a prototype, that's what it's for.
So, for example, if you have a song with a breakdown and all of a sudden a lot of intensity, then the conveyor belt needs to lift all the marbles. That adds friction to the system. If the governor added friction before that, the governor can ease up, which makes the total like in and out energy of the whole system balanced all the time. But I think in this case, I've been thinking like it's better to just make this mega overpowered and me just kind of doing the same, and over time the wheel will not care about whatever it needs to drive. But it should be really overpowered.
How does that breakdown work? I remember on the first machine you had a breakdown lever.
Yes.
And it kind of froze
I was
everything.
so proud of the spelling on the lever. Have you thought about
Actually,
that?
didn't know.
Yeah, it's B-R-A-K-E.
Yeah, break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was very proud.
So how would it work with this? Because this has so much momentum. How does the breakdown work?
Yes, so that's when you would use the torque limiter. And that's also like some of you have probably seen the discussions. Like there was an Italian guy sending me 11 links to torque limiters off the shelf. So I built my own torque limiter like in the design. I didn't use it on this. But I am definitely going to look for a real torque limiter, but what I want is an on and off switch. And I haven't found that. So most torque limiters, so then it breaks the connection.
You could just use a gear that you move away. Like have one extra pair of gears that go through the torque limiter. Try it.
Oh, so to separate the functions.
Yes.
The torque limiter is for fail, and then if I want to brake manually,
Yeah, then you separate it and break the whole system instead.
That's a very good idea.
Yes.
That's a good idea. Because I was kind of trying to make a torque limiter extra feature deluxe. And
that would be cool though.
So creep. Yeah.
So it's 8 parts stopping and we're going to begin on this one.
Okay.
Sorry, whatever you want is, but the party is now starting so people can go to the party and we can.
Okay, yeah, then we should let people go to the party. Yeah. I love this. But this idea is a very good concept. If something gets complicated in one part, you can like split it up on 2 functions. So
it's a big transmission.
So basically, just
gear shift. Yeah, gear shift.
Yeah, like a disc, like a disc that just like this. And I just move it that way.
Yeah, that could also work.
Yeah.
Like a clutch.
It's a clutch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to separate what I designed is a clutch with a torque limiter built in. So and the thing with people are right when they say that, but if you're gonna buy a torque limiter off the shelf for like kind of a lot of money, and they say like, yeah, what force range do you want? And I'm like, yeah, kind of like it's really like it's a whole thing to understand those parameters and to calculate on that.
How would you even calculate the force required by by the machine, especially if you have extra friction coming in at some times?
Yeah, no, that's it. Okay, so there's a part I've heard, but I love this. Thank you so much for the brilliant ideas and the discussion. So, and for everyone staying, we'll see you around. And if you're only here one day, it's really, really nice of you to come. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, of course. It sounded a little bit like maybe they wanted me to let me go to the party. So I'll sign on the back there. The front. Okay. You get to start here. It's here of joy. Thank you. Yes.
already seen the videos? Okay, Mark, we're probably going to be editing for a couple of hours.
In der Innenseite und haben
Yeah, thank you so much.
Mark,
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for
yes.
possible.
Okay.
it's easier time to be your family. Yeah. But everything was beautiful. Beautiful with all you guys in the back.
I spelled it always.
Have you put drugs?
No, he was just told to drink his electrolytes.
Martin, before you sign, just drink from the
Take care of yourself.
Yes. I'm better at that now, but still a little late. Yes.
Yeah, but it's not safe at all. So, no pepper on it. Oh, good. Yeah.
It's not safe because there are two sides.
You can shop it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It comes up and then it's like
yes.
a gap like this.
Yes, I know. Martin mentioned this in the previous.
Did you test it? It worked?
Yeah.
It's working? Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for walking by the big one.
I want to go around this stuff because there's
But also, because of how weight distribution
I don't think that
I'll make a theater of
Yeah, probably. Yes.
correction.
This is going very
Oh, how are you?
Now I've got some 3 minutes left on the
How are you? Thank you so much for coming. Excuse me for the sweaty back. I've been working the whole day. Are you friends with Hannes?
Yeah, it's going to take hours.
Best of friends.
Yeah, it's right.
Right?
Oh, yeah. And try this?
Yes. I don't even have to fake smile. Oh wow. Yeah. See the execution with the
I want to start again.
Yeah, go for it.
No.
I think it was like
Yeah.
Legendary. That was amazing. You should be so far away.
Okay, cool. I have it on the video. I'm trying to let me put a clip from it. Okay.
I think it was also one of our far away.
Sometimes those ones. Okay.
So we used to come to measure the speed and the rate of and so it just so happened to be 150 because you measured
Now I'm starting to remember.
in logic. And then you notice
So sometimes those spontaneous things, when I don't try to correct or try to polish, their hand actually has a bell. So I know what you mean. I'm sorry. Nice to meet you. Super nice of you to come. Thank you. Yeah, I want to get back to it. Like your subconscious brain is going. I play every day. Yeah, I play guitar every day. Almost every day. But this has just like kidnapped me. Yeah. So I'm trying to get out of this rabbit hole and back to the music. But yes, I love your time frame. I can't rush it. It's just like this kind of stupid force, and I feel like this is promising. Okay, thank you. I have a white pen that I like. Can I do it?
Before I all the things that I told with the future from the CyberBass, that makes sense. After that,
you all the power here.
It doesn't make sense for me. Power.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Nice meeting you. Wow, happy birthday.
Maybe there's
Wow, sounds good.
Could I take a picture of you in profile? Because if we have,
want me to look at the camera or off to the side?
off to the side because I think it looks cool on the black white phone with your hair color.
I'm going to this through working by my own. Yes. You saw what happened to me. I failed.
Isn't the workshop now ending? Like at 8? I think so. I think you know how to develop the
I found super nice people, and it didn't so I was I totally get it.
this all the time.
Yeah. I'm still thinking that I learned things. I can learn new things. Maybe strong. I go to Swedish championship. I'm like, and with this, I was like, I tried hard. I got no. So I don't know what you should take out of that. Yeah, it's very interesting. Are you single? Yeah, we can discuss. Yeah, we can discuss it because I think
Ladies and gentlemen, on the Musikkabinett stream, we are going over to official Mr. LJ's channel. So if you want to enjoy the party some more, then please come on over to twitch.tv/official_Mr. LJ. I really hope the video guys will put it in the chat. We are getting ready, guys. Just come on over to Mr. LJ. Come on, come on, come on, come on over.